Birds soar over the capital of the mighty 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 Empire, a land forged in blood and victory. Below, a massive crowd swarms past a towering monument as the sun glints off the stone. Guards on duty watch the bustle, commenting on how peaceful life has become. One veteran with a thick mustache nods in agreement, but he can't shake a bad feeling. He knows you can't truly relax when those rebel groups from the fallen border kingdoms are still out there, just waiting for a chance to strike back. His partner laughs it off, thinking they finally realized resistance is suicide and gave up. But the veteran isn't so sure. It's been way too quiet lately. He wonders if the High Knights already wiped them out in secret, but deep down, he just hopes this fragile peace actually lasts forever. Somewhere in the shadows, a man's voice cuts through the dark. Kill the emperor, overthrow the crown. That's the only way they're getting their home back. The conspirators look around, knowing they need a miracle worker for a plan this insane. And that's when we're introduced to our main man. Enter Lord Logan Sterling. The group's strategist warns him, with dead seriousness, that the Chronos Codex must never, ever be taken from him. Logan knows the stakes. He nods, taking the ancient book and stepping out of the room where they'd been plotting their grand strike against 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. As he leaves, a young boy catches up to him, eyes full of admiration, calling Logan a true hero of the resistance. Logan just sighs, asking what he's talking about. The kid mentions the codex, explaining how many good men died just to keep that book safe over the years. Now, the Empire's top hunters are making the recovery of that book their #1 priority. It's a heavy burden for anyone to carry. But Logan doesn't flinch. He's ready to take the risk and bear the weight of this mission alone, even though his expression is darker than the abyss. "You make it sound like I volunteered for this," Logan snaps. The young man goes quiet, realizing Logan's patriotism isn't what it seems. He points out that Logan is the only one who can actually read the ancient tongue, but Logan's silence isn't noble. It's something much heavier. "Stop it," Logan growls. Calling him a patriot feels like an insult to his fallen comrades. This isn't for a flag, it's personal. It's for blood, pure revenge. Suddenly, we see a memory of young Logan, utterly humiliated and beaten by his own little brother, Rowan. The whispers were everywhere back then. They called Rowan a prodigy who mastered the blade at age 3, a literal genius compared to his brother. Meanwhile, Logan struggled through 10 long years of night training just to be mediocre. People said House Sterling was doomed with a fool like him as the heir. Flash forward, Logan's father is screaming, slamming his fist onto the table. He accuses Logan of the unthinkable, poisoning his own brother with a paralyzing toxin. The lord of the house banishes him on the spot. Hurting his brother out of petty envy was the final straw, and he orders Logan to leave. "You are no son of mine." Logan didn't argue. He walked away from his family, left his name behind, and became a nameless mercenary for hire. After 10 years of wandering the dirt, he finally realized how pathetic he'd been. But by then, the world had already moved on without him. In the streets, he hears the gossip. A public execution is set for today. The condemned, Rowan Sterling, the brother who fought the Empire until the bitter end. Logan's heart stops. He needs to see him. He needs to tell his brother to just keep living, please. But he's too late. He sees the blood-stained guillotine in the square and his heart drops. A soldier screams to the crowd that this is the end for traitors. That was the moment. Watching his family die one by one, Logan swore he'd make the Empire pay for everything they took. He never got to ask for forgiveness. Now, back in the present, Imperial guards are screaming, closing in on him because he has the codex. He's running, lungs burning, until he hits a dead end in a dark alley. Trapped, surrounded, no way out but through steel. One guard lunges. Logan barely parries the strike, his instincts taking over as he looks for a single opening to kill. There, he disarms the soldier and opens his throat in one clean motion. But more are coming, and they're absolutely furious. Another guard charges in cursing, but Logan is faster, stabbing him straight through the chin before he can even finish his sentence. A third man tries to sneak up behind him, ready for the kill shot, but Logan outplays him and drops the guard where he stands. Suddenly, a whole squad swarms the alley. They don't want to fight. They want him dead and the book returned at any cost. Is this it? Logan feels a grim smile creep across his face. If he's going down, he's taking every last one of these bastards with him. He crushes a glowing mana stone in his fist. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the night, lighting up the entire castle in a sea of fire. Everything goes dark. Logan drifts through the void, looking back at a life wasted on nothing but bitterness and a thirst for revenge. At least he took some of those imperial snakes with him, right? But even in death, the regret is suffocating. It's too much. He should have apologized to Rowan. He just wants to see his family again, to tell them he's sorry. Then, suddenly, light. Logan snaps awake. His head is throbbing, wrapped in bandages. He groans in pain, but wait, how can a dead man feel this much hurt? "Young master, are you okay?" A voice calls out from his bedside. Logan blinks, his vision clearing to see a face he hasn't seen in decades. "Cedric," he whispers. The man nods, looking worried, and introduces himself as the loyal servant of House Sterling. Cedric asks if he's feeling all right, but Logan's mind is racing. This is impossible. Cedric died 30 years ago. "How are you alive?" Logan asks, his voice trembling. The servant looks like he's seen a ghost, his face turning pale with pure shock. Cedric scrambles out of the room, telling the maid to find a doctor immediately. It seems the young master has taken a serious blow to the head. A sharp, pounding pain. Our boy Logan wakes up completely disoriented, head spinning as he looks out the window. Down in the courtyard, the castle guards are training, steel clashing and orders being barked across the grounds. He spots the family crest etched into every banner and wall. Is this a dream? It has to be. Suddenly, the heavy door creaks open and a familiar voice calls out for him. "Brother, are you awake?" It's Ronian. Logan freezes. The boy looks incredibly nervous, standing there shifting his weight from foot to foot. Then it clicks. Logan remembers this exact day. It was the afternoon of his first official duel against Ronian, a fight where he didn't just lose, he got absolutely humiliated. In his past life, Logan was bedridden after that defeat, fuming with pure, toxic envy. When Ronian came to check on him, Logan didn't thank him. No, he lashed out like a monster. He called his own brother a bastard and screamed at him to never mention the duel again. After years of that kind of verbal abuse and constant insults, Ronian eventually gave up. The younger brother who once worshipped Logan stopped looking for him entirely. As these memories flood back, Logan is hit with a massive headache. Ronian pales, asking if he's okay. Rick, the family's head valet, steps in and tells Ronian that the young master needs absolute silence to recover. He's about to usher the boy out, but Logan finds his voice. "Wait," Logan says, stopping them both. "It's fine, Ronian can stay." Rick looks like he's just seen a ghost, the young master, being reasonable. Ronian's expression shifts to one of pure caution. He's looking at Logan like he's a ticking time bomb. Even the servants are exchanging confused glances behind his back. Ronian starts stammering out an apology, saying he should have been more careful, but Logan cuts him off. "Stop," he says softly. "There's no need for that." Logan tells him he did nothing wrong. He looks at his brother, and a realization hits him like a freight train. In the future, this kind, gentle boy died a hero's death. Ronian had fought on the front lines against the Empire, giving his life without a second thought. Thinking of that tragedy, Logan can't hold it back anymore. He lunges forward, grabbing Ronian's shoulders and pulling him into a tight hug. He starts sobbing, his voice breaking as he begs for forgiveness for everything. Ronian is completely stunned. He has no idea why his brother is crying, so he just starts humming a low, soothing tune. After a while, he says he'll visit again later. "I'll see you then," Logan replies warmly. He watches Ronian leave and then looks out over the kingdom. If this isn't a dream, if he really is back, everything is changing. He won't let his family fall again. Suddenly, a maid's voice breaks his train of thought. He turns to see a young woman named Maria bowing and apologizing profusely. Rick is already scolding her for disturbing the master. Logan realizes he was such a nightmare in the past that the staff is literally terrified of making a sound. Rick explains that Maria took a wrong turn and ended up in the master's wing by mistake. He promises it won't happen again, clearly expecting Logan to blow a fuse. In his old life, Logan was the definition of a spoiled noble brat. He made the servants live a living hell over the smallest mistakes. But not today. Logan looks at Rick and tells him Maria did nothing wrong. Then he makes a strange request. "Bring me some parchment and a quill." The servants freeze. They're terrified Logan is about to write a formal complaint to have Maria fired or worse. Logan just rolls his eyes. "Just get the paper, now." Rick brings the items and sets them on the desk. Logan gives him a small nod and says, "Thank you." He then tells Rick to make sure nobody disturbs him for the rest of the day. Rick stands there, jaw dropped. "Thank you." He actually asks if the young master is feeling okay or if his head injury is worse than they thought. Logan just sighs and assures him he's perfectly fine. He tells Rick to get back to his duties, but he can hear the man whispering through the door as he leaves. Rick is literally out in the hall telling Maria that Logan must be fine because he's back to ordering everyone around. Logan just smirks. It's a start, he guesses. He sits at the table, taking a deep breath. He can't blame them for being scared. Their fear is a direct result of the man he used to be. Patience is key. Now down to business. He needs to document every single event from the future before he forgets. In 10 years, the Great War will tear this continent apart. It's a disaster that won't just ruin his house. It'll wipe his entire nation off the map. Stopping that is the ultimate goal, but there's a much closer threat. The Civil War. It starts in exactly 1 year. It was a sudden, brutal conflict that left his family's power in absolute tatters. Logan knows he has to prevent that first, but to do that, he needs allies. He leaves his room and heads toward the most important man in the castle. Deep in the manor, an aide informs the lord of the house that his eldest son has arrived. "Logan is here," the patriarch asks, sounding more tired than surprised. As Logan walks down the main corridor, he's causing a literal panic. Servants are ducking into side rooms and avoiding eye contact like he's a predator on the hunt. One poor maid carrying a massive stack of fresh linens sees him and completely freezes. She fumbles the pile, and sheets go flying everywhere right in his path. She's trembling, looking at Logan with sheer terror. In her mind, she's already packed her bags and assumed she's about to be thrown out into the street. But then a hand reaches out, not to strike her but to help. "Are you all right?" Logan asks. The girl looks like she's about to have a heart attack. He tells her it's no big deal, but she throws herself onto the floor, sobbing and begging for mercy for her grave sin. Logan just stands there, totally baffled. It hits him, people don't just change in a day in the eyes of others. He can't expect them to trust him yet. He'll just have to prove he's different over time. He catches his reflection in a mirror and gives a small, determined smile. He's got work to do. He reaches the heavy doors of his father's study and pauses. He remembers the day his father finally gave up. The old man had looked him in the eye and said he didn't consider Logan his son anymore. Back then, Logan's heart had turned to ice. He thought his father was a cold, unfeeling man. He even resented him for not visiting after the duel. But standing here now, older and wiser, he realizes how wrong he was. His father wasn't cold, he was heartbroken. He had been forced to abandon his own flesh and blood. Logan wonders how much pain he truly caused. How lonely must his father have felt? He takes a breath and pushes the doors open. Light floods the room, reflecting off Logan as he steps inside. It's time to face the man he hurt the most and begin his real journey back to honor. Logan watches, wondering how a father could ever just throw away his own flesh and blood. Suddenly, light floods the room as the door swings open. Julian watches as his father, the Duke, stares out the window into the perfect morning light before finally turning to face him. Our hero looks like he's on the verge of tears, overflowing with regret as he silently begs for his father's forgiveness. The Duke notes that Julian seems sharper than expected and asks what he's after, catching our boy off guard. His father is still icy, but Julian gets it. To him, it's been 20 years, but for the Duke, Julian's failures are a daily sight. He finally makes his request: isolated training on the Sterling family estates, knowing he needs strength for the coming war. To win the regional conflict, he has to overhaul the entire territory. Knights, soldiers, weapons, everything needs an upgrade. But doing all that takes serious gold, and unfortunately, House Sterling is nicknamed the beggar house of the kingdom. They're completely broke, but there is one way to change their fortunes: a massive event happening in just 3 months. With that single opportunity, Julian could secure an entire year's worth of the family budget in one go. First, he needs his martial skills to be perfect, but the Duke asks if he's just running away because he lost to his brother, Tristan. Julian quickly denies it, explaining that he finally realizes how pathetic he's been and wants to make up for lost time. The Duke wonders if this is just another lack of effort, asking if Julian has finally woken up to the harsh reality of the world. Our hero admits his past behavior was a mess, acknowledging his flaws without making a single excuse. Exhausted by Julian's past broken promises, the Duke tells him to get out, but Julian isn't backing down today. He confesses that instead of fixing his own faults, he used to take his anger out on everyone else around him. Calling himself a fool, he explains that this training is about more than just power. It's about finally growing up. He asks for permission one last time, and sensing his sincerity, the Duke asks exactly how long he plans to disappear for. 3 months, Julian replies. His father scoffs, asking if he really thinks he can catch up to Tristan in such a short window. Julian explains it's not just about winning. He's simply determined to do his absolute best with the time he has left. Noticing the genuine spark of change in his son, the Duke finally grants him permission to train on the ancestral lands. Julian thanks him and heads for the exit, but the Duke stops him for one last word of advice. He reminds Julian that spring nights in the valley are brutal, so he'd better keep himself warm out there. With a real smile on his face, Julian leaves, and days later, he's standing deep in the heart of a massive forest. These woods belong only to House Sterling, the perfect, isolated spot for a warrior to push his limits in secret. He makes sure no one is watching before pulling out a hidden manual, The Secrets of the Divine Blades. In his past life, he memorized every word before burning the original to keep it out of the Empire's greedy hands. The book once bore the crest of a golden eagle, containing the lost techniques of the legendary dragon slayers. It was written in a complex military cipher that was impossible for anyone else to crack, but Julian knows its secrets. If the legends are true, mastering this style would make even the Empire's greatest grandmasters look like children. In his old life, he was too old and untalented to succeed, but now he has a second chance to do it right. Julian begins the process, focusing his internal energy toward his heart to forge a powerful mana core. For an average warrior, this would be a nightmare task that could take weeks, or even break them entirely. But in this timeline, Julian's body has been enhanced in every way, making his progress freakishly fast. He expected it to take at least 3 days of agony, but incredibly, the core forms in less than 10 seconds. As the core stabilizes, a wave of dense, raw energy explodes through him, and his body drinks every drop. To test his new strength, Julian draws his sword and strikes, the blade moving with terrifying force and precision. It feels incredible. For the first time, his body and his sword are moving in perfect, lethal harmony. He's stunned by the speed of his own growth. At this rate, 3 months will be more than enough to reach the top. He dives into his training, pushing himself morning, noon, and night without a single moment of rest. A month later, Julian is on his final day. Of the 10 legendary styles, he's mastered one, the Chronos Strike. It's a terrifying technique that literally cleaves through the fabric of time and space itself. He prepares to launch the attack, knowing he only pulled this off because his new core is already at 1 star. He executes the move with flawless skill, his face lighting up with pure joy as he watches a massive tree shatter. He laughs to himself. The power is completely off the charts, way beyond anything a beginner should be able to do. He's totally wiped out after one swing, but man, what a trump card to have up his sleeve. With his brutal training finally complete, Lucius is ready to show his father, the Duke, exactly how much he's grown. But as he reaches the castle gates, a guard stops him cold. Entrance denied. Lucius is stunned. Is his father ill? Why the sudden wall? The guard just stares him down, cold as ice. Apparently, there's a rule. No blood relatives allowed without a formal appointment. Did the young master forget his place? The guard sneers. Talk about a warm welcome. Cedric whispers they should just head back, citing some old royal decree, but Lucius isn't buying it. 3 months ago, he walked in here without a single issue. The guard just gives a sarcastic smirk. Then the previous guard was incompetent, he retorts. The disrespect is reaching a boiling point. Lucius is confused. This never happened in his past life. But then, his enhanced senses pick up something through the thick castle walls. Laughter, hateful whispers. Thanks to his new cultivation technique, his hearing is sharper than ever, and he catches every single word. The knights inside are trashing him, calling him a pathetic coward who ran away and hid after his younger brother, Rowan, humiliated him in a fight. His reputation hasn't just hit rock bottom, it's buried under it. Even the low-ranked knights see him as a walking joke. The guard tells him to beat it and come back with paperwork. Lucius has had enough. If he wants respect, he's going to have to take it. He asks for the guard's name, planning to make this a lesson no one will forget. The guard, completely oblivious to the danger, spits out his name, Dominic. He hasn't realized yet that he just signed up for a world of pain. Lucius lays it all out. Dominic used a dead, forgotten rule to block his own lord and capped it off with a massive helping of insolence. Dominic is confused. Is the coward actually trying to assert authority? Then, Lucius does the unthinkable. To settle the score for this public humiliation, Lucius decides it's time for a little tradition. Bam, he slaps his glove right across Dominic's face. A formal challenge. A duel right here, right now. The surrounding knights freeze. They can't believe their eyes. Dominic is speechless, but Lucius just leans in with a shark-like grin. What's the matter, little guard? Cat got your tongue, Lucius mocks. Don't tell me you're actually terrified. He pushes harder, asking if Dominic is really going to cower before a supposed coward. Seeing red, Dominic roars his acceptance and heads for the arena. Word spreads like wildfire. The knights think Lucius has finally lost his mind. There is no way the weak, young master survives this. He's been hiding from Rowan for 3 months, and now he wants to fight a knight. They're already placing bets on how many seconds it takes for him to hit the dirt. Lucius just sighs. Not a single person in this entire courtyard expects him to draw blood, let alone win. One knight tells him to stay relaxed and try not to get too badly hurt. Lucius just thinks to himself how Dominic was so brave when he was insulting him, but now that the audience is watching, the man is suddenly quiet. He's nothing but a bully who hides behind his station, a total coward. Cedric watches from the sidelines, heart in his throat. His master is actually going through with this. He's fighting a seasoned knight. The referee steps up. The duel is official. For safety, they're restricted to wooden swords. Dominic nods, a dark thought crossing his mind. He thinks Lucius is just being a stubborn brat who doesn't know when to quit. Wooden swords? To Dominic, that doesn't matter. A power-based knight can snap a man's ribs just as easily with oak as he can with steel. He shrugs it off. If Lucius ends up in a casket, it's not his responsibility. He's playing by the rules after all. The duel begins. Dominic doesn't waste a heartbeat. He flares his spirit core immediately, the energy surging through him. The crowd gasps. Dominic isn't holding back even a fraction of his power. Using that kind of force against a human without a core, that's practically an execution. Is that even legal? Some call it cheating, but Lucius remains unnervingly calm. He's just watching the overpowered display with a bored expression. He notices the energy is leaking everywhere. Dominic is all flash and no control, a messy, unstable amateur. "You seem a bit jumpy, Dominic," Lucius taunts. "Something bothering you?" That's the final straw. Dominic loses it. He charges with everything he's got, a full-force strike aimed right at Lucius's head. The crowd screams for him to take it easy. Dominic screams about a secret technique, but Lucius doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, waiting for the perfect moment. Then, whoosh, Lucius dodges the strike like it was moving in slow motion and delivers a counter so fast nobody even sees it. Dominic hits the ground hard. Total silence. Lucius stands over the fallen knight. "You call yourself a warrior? That was pathetic," he says, loud enough for everyone to hear. The audience is reeling. Lucius didn't just win, he showed them he has a spirit core of his own. But then Lucius calls the referee over. He wants to give Dominic a second chance. The referee is stunned but nods, checking if the guard can even stand. Dominic is in a daze. How is a boy this strong? Desperate and humiliated, Dominic tries a cowardly sneak attack while Lucius's back is turned. Big mistake. Lucius doesn't even look. With an air of pure indifference, he delivers a bone-shattering strike that sends the guard flying across the arena. "Down again," Lucius muses. "And after I was so generous. Honestly, Dominic, you should really consider a career in retirement." Dominic is terrified, ready to beg for mercy, but Lucius isn't finished. He's already mid-swing. Mercy is for those who deserve it. To Lucius, an insolent vassal who tries to strike his superior needs a lesson written in bruises. He begins a systematic beatdown, ignoring the guards' pleas for him to stop. The crowd watches in horror, wondering if this cold, powerful warrior is truly the same boy they knew. Everyone was stunned. 3 months. That's all it took for his power to wake up his skills, sharp as a razor. It was like he'd spent decades mastering the blade. The referee finally shouts it out, "It's over." The winner is Lord Logan McLean. In the High Lord's study, his father admits the kid's actually done something impressive. He asks what happened during that training to trigger such a shift. Logan's answer: he just stopped caring about ambition. He left everything behind, and in that void, he felt his mana core finally snap into place. Inside, he knows it sounds like a total lie, but in his past life, he only hit this level at 40. After losing everything for revenge, his father nods. He can see the change. It's real. But then the real question comes up. Why the hell did he pick a fight with an anointed knight? Logan doesn't blink. The soldier had it coming. Did his father even hear the filth those knights were spreading? The High Lord knew, but did Logan really have to be that brutal, that classless? "Absolutely," Logan says. His father's caught off guard by that cold confidence. Our boy doesn't hesitate, not for a second. He explains that the man was mocking the Lord's name. Letting that slide, that's poison for house discipline. Hierarchy is the only thing keeping this house standing. Break the chain, and the whole kingdom crumbles. He remembers his decade as a mercenary. Rule one with men of iron. You break them in one strike. Today wasn't just a fight. It was a message to every other knight in the castle. Message received. His father agrees the knight was a snake who forgot his place, but Logan, he took a massive risk. The High Lord tells him to keep his head down for now. Logan's actually shocked he's getting off so easy. He asks if there's a catch, no punishment. The patriarch isn't smiling. "Don't mistake mercy for approval," he warns. "Never act without my word again. Remember, you don't even have an official rank yet." Logan nods, but then his father drops a bomb. His fiancée is on her way to the estate. Logan's eyes light up. Finally, Princess Riina, or as he calls her, his absolute cash cow. The princess arrives, and man, she is a showstopper. Every guard in the courtyard is losing their mind. "Young master's a lucky man," one whispers. Riina greets the High Lord with perfect, ladylike grace. Even Rick is stunned. Last time he saw her, she was just a kid. Now, she's breathtakingly beautiful. But Logan, he looks bored, zero excitement. For a guy looking at his future wife, he's stone cold. Riina pulls out a letter from her father, the Count, and starts reading. and she keeps reading. 30 minutes go by. The guards are literally dying of boredom. Then she hits the punchline. Due to unavoidable circumstances, she says, House Wolf is calling off the engagement. Total silence. Logan sees right through it. The Count just doesn't want his daughter tied to a failure. The High Lord is fuming. Breaking a pact like this, it's a direct slap in the face to House McLean. Riina plays it cool. She says she came in person to make sure there's no misunderstanding. She talks about their childhood, the sweet memories they shared in this beautiful castle. Those times will always be precious, she claims, but you know family duty comes first. She apologizes with a look that makes the maids swoon. Her heart's even prettier than her face, they whisper. Logan just watches. His stepmother Mary steps up next. She's looking for answers. Why now? What are these circumstances exactly? She's always seen Logan as a rival for the throne. But family honor, that's a different story. She won't let the McLean name be dragged through the mud. Riina just bows. I honestly don't know the reason myself. Mary isn't buying that for a second. No idea about your own marriage, she presses. The princess sticks to her script. She's just a pawn. My father doesn't discuss politics with me. It's a classic deflection, and everyone knows it. Mary points out the obvious. They're being dumped without a valid reason. It's a total insult. But then, Riina drops the kicker. House Wolf is offering 3 million gold in compensation. The house treasurer nearly has a heart attack. That is a massive, life-changing amount of gold. Logan's inner monologue is doing backflips. Forget the girl. He just needs to grab that mountain of cash. But his father, he's not thinking about money. How dare they? He roars, his killing intent filling the room. Rowena's protector tells her to stay back. The knight from House Fenris steps in, politely asking Lord Alestair to lower his blade and continue the discussion. The Lord notes this young man holds a remarkably high rank for his age, which is truly impressive. He sneers, suggesting that crippling the rising star of House Fenris might just be a fair price for the shame brought upon House Blackwood. The knight stands firm, mentioning that Duke Valerius spoke highly of Lucas's father as a man of true honor. He adds the Duke was certain the Lord wouldn't hunt a young princess. Rowena chimes in, claiming she isn't trying to buy their dignity, but wants this to be a sign of solidarity between their houses. Inside, Alestair is fuming. He realizes if he keeps pushing, he'll look like a man without honor, exactly the trap. The Duke set for him, so he relents. He declares that House Blackwood doesn't mistreat guests, but he will accept their offer to dissolve the betrothal. He demands Rowena apologize to his son personally, refusing any other form of payment. The guards are stunned by his nobility, but then Lucas interrupts, calling out to his father and asking him to please listen. As the one being dumped, he explains he has a request that needs to be heard. Our hero knows the truth. He needs that gold at all costs, regardless of courtesy. He reveals that half their funding comes from his stepmother's lineage. Once this betrothal is severed, that connection dies and they'll all go bankrupt. Honor is for fools. He needs those 3 million gold sovereigns no matter what. Survival comes first. Back in the room, Lucas tells everyone he wants the gold. His father is absolutely livid, asking if his son is really asking him to break his word. Lucas trembles under the pressure, but insists money is more important than life. His father roars that House Blackwood isn't so pathetic that they would sell their honor for a few coins. Taking a deep breath, Lucas snaps back that they are poor. He reveals the house owes over 3 million to the banks with annual interest over 150,000 sovereigns. Without the stepmother's support, they'd be bankrupt this very second. He shouts it out, they are the poorest noble house in the entire realm. Everyone is absolutely floored. Lucas doubles down. He claims accepting the 3 million sovereigns has absolutely nothing to do with saving face. The Lord asks if the reason is honor. Lucas explains that House Fenris has a higher standing, and rumors will spread if people think they accepted a breakup with just an apology. Rowena tries to play nice, claiming respect. Lucas isn't buying it. She came here to trash the engagement for no reason, and now she's talking about being rational. It's pathetic, really. In his past life, he actually thought she was sad about the split, but he remembers the truth. Back then, the princess had lured him to her chambers. She claimed she wanted to make one final, beautiful memory. Together, in that timeline, Lucas had been cast out. Having lost everything, he thought running away with her was his only hope. He suggested they elope, but Rowena's response was brutal. She threw a literal dagger at his throat. He barely blocked it with his sword. That's when her mask slipped. She sneered, asking if he actually thought a loser like him was a match for her. He needed to know his place and rot. She mocked him for losing to a child, saying it made her plan even easier. Totally caught off guard, Lucas asked what was happening. Then Rowena let out a blood-curdling scream. Her guard burst in, and she lied through her teeth, claiming Lucas had tried to attack her. A total setup. Lucas realized too late he'd been framed. With his terrible reputation, nobody in the family believed a single word he said. They were forced to pay a massive fortune in damages. Because of her, he never trusted another woman again. He knows she's up to something again, but this time, too bad for her. Lucas vows she won't get away with it. At first, our hero thought about slowly fixing his image. He hoped that if he changed, the whole family would follow. But his clash with Sir Dominic proved the truth. The soldiers didn't respect him, and the rumors were already too toxic. He wanted to transform the family through recognition, but with only 9 months until the Great Regional War. His reputation no longer matters. Out loud, he tells the princess he'll accept the 3 million sovereigns. Rowena is startled. His father is livid, shouting at Lucas for daring to defy the head of the house. But Lucas stands tall. He can't eat hollow apologies. If honor can be bought with mere words that vanish, then that honor is worthless. Rowena is stunned by his directness as his father continues to reprimand his son. Lucas refuses to back down. He needs real compensation, not empty air. The value of their name depends on it. The princess quickly pivots, claiming the Fenris family is willing to follow whatever the Lord 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 decides. As the Duke ponders the verdict, Alaric notes that while Lady Alina claims she's only trying to save her father's face, he knows better. She's likely just terrified of coughing up those 3 million sovereigns. The Duke, acting for House Sterling, accepts the apology. But he leaves the final call to Alaric to see if it's actually sincere. The stepmother is shaking, and the room is on edge. The Duke tells Alaric to think carefully. He warns him that if he accepts gold for his honor, he's opening a door he can never close. Negotiating your dignity away once sets a dangerous precedent for the future. But Alaric doesn't hesitate. He accepts the massive payout. As one of the people involved in the broken marriage, he's taking the compensation. His stepmother is impressed, but Alina is at a total loss. The Duke just sighs. He thought Alaric was finally changing for the better, but now, he thinks his son has only become greedier. He blames himself for failing to teach the boy the true value of honor. Alaric feels the sting, but he knows he's doing this for the family. Finally, 3 million sovereigns in the bag. It's a fortune, but he isn't celebrating yet. This gold needs to be banked immediately. He's excited, but he needs to stay focused. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. He assumes it's his aide, Cedric, and tells them to come in. It's Sir Arthur, the Duke's most trusted coin counter. Alaric isn't a fool. He sees right through that greasy, practiced smile instantly. Inside, Arthur is panicking. This is the biggest gamble of his life. He's been managing House Sterling on a shrinking budget for years. The guards are complaining about supplies, and even the soldiers' weapons are falling apart. He's been drowning in red ink. To keep the estate afloat, Arthur has been reduced to begging the Duke's relatives for scraps. It's humiliating work. He's more of a professional beggar than a steward at this point. If he were back home, he would have quit this nightmare long ago. But now, he sees a chance to live comfortably for once, and his opponent is just a naive young lord, or so he thinks. He figures he'll just trick the 3 million away from Alaric. Arthur starts by laying on the charm, saying he's deeply impressed. He praises Alaric's noble aura, thinking a little flattery will make the boy crumble. After all, he's only ever known failure. This is likely the first time he's ever received praise. Alaric notes that the gold is like rain in a drought. Arthur beams, saying the family can finally breathe a sigh of relief, but Alaric drops the hammer. He coldly asks why the family would be relieved. After all, this money belongs to him. Arthur is stunned. The kid actually thinks he's keeping it all for himself. He tries to be patient, reminding Alaric he's managed the sterling books for 20 years and has humiliated himself for every coin. He shows Alaric just how much he's had to beg for. Alaric listens, then asks if the family's situation is really that desperate. Seizing the moment, Arthur explains they owe 3 million sovereigns to the Ironforge Bank, with a brutal interest rate. Alaric finishes his sentence, 150,000. He knows the harvest should cover the interest, but that's not enough. Arthur explains that running a barony is a massive money pit, and they're always on a tight budget. He practically begs for a small contribution. But Alaric refuses, flat out. Arthur can't believe it. He thought Alaric stood up to the Duke for the sake of the house. Alaric clarifies. He is using the money for the family, but not for immediate bills. He's looking at the long-term future. He's dead serious. Arthur is still underestimating him, telling him to just hand over the coins quickly to pay the debts. Alaric asks what actually changes if he uses the gold for debt. Arthur says the management of the estate would be easier for a few years. And then what? Alaric asks. They'll just end up in debt again without a unique product. It's a vicious cycle. He's going to break that cycle by using the money for his own plan. Arthur is left wondering if this is even the same slacker. This kid isn't just a spoiled brat who doesn't care. Alaric makes him an offer. Do this for me, and I'll help with the house bills. Arthur is intrigued. The request. Alaric needs him to gather a group of battle-hardened mercenaries. A little later, our hero is buckled into his heavy armor. Cedric, his butler, is worried sick and asks if he's really leaving. Alaric confirms he is. When his butler asks where he's going, Alaric simply says he's going to make real money. Cedric reminds him he already has a fortune, but Alaric knows he needs way more than 3 million sovereigns. He explains it's a vicious cycle, and he's breaking it by using the gold for his own plan. Arthur is stunned. Is this really the same slacker? He always thought the boy was just a spoiled kid who didn't care about the estate. Alaric tells him he has a request. If Arthur pulls this off, he'll help settle some of the family's debts. Arthur is intrigued and asks for the details. The request: gather a group of battle-ready mercenaries. Later, Alaric is seen buckled into heavy armor. Cedric asks in shock if he's actually leaving. Alaric confirms it. When asked where, he says he's going to make money. Cedric says he already has plenty. But Alaric knows he needs way more than 3 million. Cedric warns him the Duke will block the gate since things are tense. Alaric just brushes him off. He knows exactly how tense it is, but he already has his next move planned out. 𝒂𝒅 knows his name is mud right now. Changing his reputation at home, impossible. So he's going to build his empire from the shadows, starting, well, anywhere but here. Luckily, our guy knows the world beyond the castle walls like the back of his hand. Why? Because in another life, he was exiled and spent years wandering the kingdom as a nobody. His younger brother, Cedric, isn't having it though. He's shouting, demanding to know what 𝒂𝒅 is thinking. A noble running away like a common thief. 𝒂𝒅 just smirks. Cedric is being such a child, throwing a literal tantrum on the floor. If you leave, Cedric whines, I'll be the one you trample on. Our hero can't help himself. He jokingly pretends to step on him. Classic sibling energy. He tells Cedric to relax. He's leaving a letter for their father, the Duke, so no one gets in trouble for his disappearance. Cedric is curious. What could he possibly say to fix this? 𝒂𝒅 just gives him a dark, knowing smile. Cut to the Duke's office later that day. His father is reading the message and his face, total confusion. The letter says 𝒂𝒅 is devastated over his broken engagement and needs to clear his head in the countryside. Signed, 𝒂𝒅, Total lie, obviously. Back at home, Cedric is secretly hoping his brother comes back soon. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒅 is deep in thought, reflecting on the tragic history of House Sterling. 2 centuries ago, they weren't the laughingstock they are today. No, House Sterling was legendary. Their lands were massive, stretching from the borders of Wessex all the way to the coast of Kent. They were the undisputed lords of the southeast. But then, disaster. Thanks to the current duke and 3 generations of absolute failures, the family's glory vanished. Their titles were stripped, their lands shrunk to nothing, and their most valuable asset, the fertile Sterling meadows, was handed over to their strongest vassals. It was a total collapse. All that grain, all that wealth, just gone. Now the Sterlings are stuck in the barren southern peaks. It's a wasteland. No crops, no copper mines, nothing. Even if they win a local border skirmish, they're still drowning in debt to the high treasury. To break this cycle, they need gold. A lot of it. We're talking way more than 3 million sovereigns. But 𝒂𝒅 has a plan. He knows one man who can provide that kind of scratch. He heads straight for Highport, the kingdom's busiest trade city. He's weaving through the crowds, past merchants and stalls, looking for one specific face. He pulls out a note. He's looking for Philip Thorne, a man obsessed with gold. Now you have to understand who Philip is. The Valyrian Empire next door is the strongest nation on earth, and they run on one thing: merit. Talent is everything there. Doesn't matter who your father was or how old you are. If you're good, you get rich. That wealth and power even extends to foreigners, and Philip Thorne was the ultimate success story. Originally from Albion, this guy became one of the wealthiest merchants in the entire empire. He's the continent's biggest war profiteer. People back home call him a traitor, a man who sold his soul for Valyrian gold. But here's the secret. The gold lover actually loves his homeland. In the future, 𝒂𝒅 remembers, Philip spends his entire fortune to save Albion's throne. He's the man behind the miracle of Albion's sovereign rule. And right now, he's sitting in the dirt looking like a total beggar. He's muttering to himself, cursing the people who scammed him and wondering how he'll even survive the night. 𝒂𝒅 watches from a distance. Philip's business just tanked because he was too trusting. Seeing a future tighten this low, it's pretty brutal. Time to move. 𝒂𝒅 walks up and casually asks if he's speaking to the legendary Philip Thorne. The man looks up confused. "That's me," he mutters, squinting at our hero. Philip starts analyzing him, the red hair, the sharp eyes, that intense look. 𝒂𝒅 just sighs in relief. "Good, we need to talk." Philip is immediately on guard. Who is this guy? How does he know his name? But then he sees something familiar in 𝒂𝒅's eyes. It's an emotion Philip has seen 1,000 times in the business world. Greed. Pure, unadulterated ambition. He takes in 𝒂𝒅's dusty, ancient armor and makes a snap judgment. Great, another mercenary thug, he thinks. Before 𝒂𝒅 can even introduce himself, Philip snaps. "Look, it's not payday yet. I sold the warehouse, but the money won't be here for 3 days." He's shouting now, desperate. 𝒂𝒅 tries to get a word in, but Philip just keeps going, screaming that he hasn't been paid yet himself. He slumps back, completely drained. 𝒂𝒅 just stands there, looking at him with a mix of pity and disdain. "Relax," 𝒂𝒅 says coolly. "I'm not here for your money, I'm here to invest." Philip freezes. "Invest? In me?" He thinks 𝒂𝒅 must be insane, who puts money into a sinking ship. But then, a spark of hope. What if this kid is serious? "How much are we talking about?" he asks, his voice trembling. 𝒂𝒅 doesn't flinch. "How much do you need? I'll cover every debt you have and give you enough to turn a massive profit." Philip looks at 𝒂𝒅's filthy gear. He looks like he's traveled 100 miles on foot. But then he spots it, the crest on the chest plate. 𝒂𝒅 repeats the offer, promising to match whatever number Philip says. But Philip just points a finger and laughs. "Nice try, kid. If you're gonna scam me, at least wear a better costume." He's not buying it for a second. "That's the crest of House Sterling," Philip sneers. "A family of noble beggars who live off their relatives' charity. You're as broke as I am." He's desperate to invest even though his own debts are a total nightmare, and he warns that if our hero is caught faking his noble status, it's a one-way trip to the executioner. He tells Silas that he picked the wrong guy to scam because he's completely stone broke and hasn't got a penny to his name. But Arthur just watches him, thinking that even at his lowest point, Barnaby's mind is still sharp as a razor. Barnaby starts crying about how he doesn't even have enough coin for a decent meal, let alone a way out of this mess. But then Arthur releases his sheer presence. Sensing that a young prodigy like Arthur wouldn't waste time on a scam, Barnaby's attitude flips instantly. He's all apologies and ready to listen. Arthur doesn't miss a beat. He tells Barnaby he wants to hire him permanently and that clearing those massive debts, that's just a little signing bonus. The man is skeptical, pointing out that House Blackwood is notoriously struggling and shouldn't have nearly enough money for that kind of deal, right? Then Arthur swings open his bag to reveal a literal mountain of gold coins, and suddenly, to Barnaby, this kid looks like a holy angel sent from above. Fast forward a few minutes, and we see Barnaby signing a contract in his own blood. The witch supervising the deal explains the catch. If he ever betrays his master, he'll feel his very soul being ripped apart in agony. If he doesn't like it, he'd have to reach the level of an archmage to break the spell, which would cost hundreds of times more than what Arthur even has. Barnaby realizes he's just been signed into eternal service, but Arthur plays it cool and explains his reasoning. He tells him that trust isn't built overnight, so the contract stays until they can really count on each other, and then they'll tear it up. Arthur reaches out his hand, asking for a fresh start, and Barnaby realizes he has no other choice but to jump into the chaos. He admits this whole arrangement is a total mess with no details or conditions, but he has no choice but to trust Arthur now. He asks what his first mission is, and Arthur's answer is weird. He wants to buy monster meat, tons of it. Barnaby is so stunned his brain practically short-circuits. Arthur totally gets the surprise, since everyone knows monster blood is pure poison. Normally, hunters just burn the stuff as waste, but Arthur knows the future. In a few years, everything is going to change. Someone is going to find a way to cook out the toxins using basic spices, and once people start eating it, they'll notice a massive effect. Turns out, the meat of the Gorgon beast works exactly like a magical virility booster for private problems. Once the high mages of the tower confirm it's a powerful cure, these monsters will literally vanish from the continent. The species will go extinct simply because it's too good for men's health, and soon, it'll be impossible to find a single one. With this insider knowledge, Arthur plans to turn his 3 million gold into over 100 million in just a few months. Barnaby looks at him like he's lost his mind, wondering if he should just run for the hills while he still can. But the protagonist is serious, announcing he's dropping a cool million just on monster scraps. They start talking logistics for the meat, and while Arthur wants to hire the mercenary guild to hunt them, Barnaby has a better idea. He suggests going straight to the Merchants Guild. They'll sell anything for a profit, and they can supply every scrap of Gorgon meat in the kingdom. This way is way faster and cheaper. Right now, that meat has zero value, so they'll take any price just to get rid of the trash. Arthur calls Barnaby an absolute genius, because even he hadn't thought of that strategy. Barnaby tells him that from now on, the young lord shouldn't worry about money problems and should leave the coin to him. Arthur has one more request, asking Barnaby to buy something in bulk and handing him a secret note. The man reads the list: specialized steel, reinforced blades, and heavy-duty crossbow parts. Arthur explains he can't talk about the war gear yet, but adds that weapons made from these materials were the secret to victory in the future. He notes that, during the next invasion, these are the tools a simple soldier can use to take down a legendary knight. Before the journey, Arthur had already tasked Cedric with hiring mercenaries, and if he equips them with these, they'll own the battlefield. But first, he must find a specialist to build these weapons and an instructor to train his new army. 2 days later, in the rough mercenary city of Ironhold, we see Arthur meeting a man named Gareth. Gareth is an A-class veteran, and Arthur asks him point-blank to be his lead instructor. The man is confused. He says he's never really trained people in any significant way before. Arthur tells him it's not that deep. He just needs him to train the low-level C-class mercenaries he's hiring. Gareth replies that he doesn't know where Arthur heard he was a teacher, but he's only ever shown a few moves to kids. He suggests Arthur leave the instruction to a real specialist, but in his mind, our hero knows the truth. In his past life, they worked together, so he knows Gareth is a master of every weapon and even a genius on horseback. Gareth's true value only shines when he becomes an instructor. After retiring from injuries, his battalion becomes the best in the land. But right now, the current Gareth has absolutely no idea just how much legendary talent he's sitting on. Looking to hire an elite instructor, it's going to cost you. Our hero, 𝒂𝒅, kicks things off with a massive offer of 4,000 gold a month. Silas is stunned. A veteran mercenary of his rank usually caps out at 2,000, but 𝒂𝒅, he's offering to double the market rate. Silas still says no. He's never taught a day in his life and doesn't plan to start. 𝒂𝒅 doesn't blink. 6,000 gold. The man wants the front lines, not a training ground. 𝒂𝒅 just keeps pushing. 7,000 gold. Now things are getting tense. Silas loses it. He punches the wall, wood splintering under his fist. He roars at 𝒂𝒅, asking if he really thinks money solves everything. 𝒂𝒅's response, 8,000 gold. Suddenly, Silas is all smiles. He graciously accepts. Turns out everyone has a price. They start talking shop. Silas is curious now, asking if 𝒂𝒅 really hails from the noble house Sterling. It's a fair question. Why is a highborn noble hiring mercenaries in a remote, gritty wasteland like this? Silas doesn't mind as long as the gold keeps flowing. Suddenly, a shout echoes through the street. Someone's yelling for the crowd to move. A line of slaves in chains stumbles past. Silas notes that Blackfallow is a city built on two things, mercenaries and misery. They're heading into the heart of the slave markets. 𝒂𝒅 knew what to expect, but seeing it in person, it's a grim sight. Bottom-tier merchants swarm them, desperate for a sale. But one cold look from Silas, they're practically shaking with pure terror. Then 𝒂𝒅 spots it. A tent heavily guarded by armored men. This is exactly what he's been looking for. A greasy old merchant approaches with a fake smile. 𝒂𝒅 cuts him off immediately. He's here for a dwarf. Inside the tent, the air is heavy. Elves with hollow, sunken eyes stare into nothing. Their future looks absolutely devastating. The merchant brags about how hard it was to catch these elf women. 𝒂𝒅 ignores the chatter and points straight to a dwarf. This dwarf is in much better shape. The merchant explains he's a master craftsman, a literal legend among his kind. Dwarven smiths are a rare breed. They spend their entire lives, from childhood to the grave, perfecting their forge work. It's their soul. The price, 250,000 gold. The merchant generously drops it to 200,000 just for 𝒂𝒅. 𝒂𝒅 just stares him down, stone-faced. "Do you honestly take me for a fool?" he asks. The merchant's confidence vanishes. A few minutes of brutal bargaining later, 𝒂𝒅 walks away paying just 50,000 gold. He just saved a literal fortune. The dwarf grumbles that humans are nothing but greedy monsters. 𝒂𝒅 just smirks. In business, greed is the engine that runs everything. Where are they going? The Sterling lands in the southeast. 𝒂𝒅 needs him to start prepping some very specific, high-end gear. The dwarf isn't impressed until 𝒂𝒅 makes a deal. Work hard for 20 years, and he goes back to his mountains. 20 years, for a dwarf, that's a blink of an eye. He gives a rare, cute smile. Deal. He's actually looking forward to it. Suddenly, chaos breaks out. An elf girl is running for her life. A young boy is carrying her, sprinting with impossible speed. A blonde guard catches up and kicks both kids to the dirt. An old man is screaming, furious that his property tried to escape. The girl, pinned down, begs her brother to run. Silas tells 𝒂𝒅 to ignore it. They're just slaves, not their problem. But 𝒂𝒅 is frozen. He looks at the boy's traits. Red and blue eyes, blue hair. He looks like an elf but isn't. This kid is Julian, the future Lord Slayer, a terrifyingly powerful mage who will one day leave a trail of bodies across the kingdom. Years from now, he'll kill his master to escape, only to return a decade later to completely annihilate the man's entire bloodline. Right now, he's just a boy, but 𝒂𝒅 realizes if he saves him, he'll have a future legend on his side. There's a catch, though. Julian is an obsessive killer. Once he starts, he's like a force of nature that can't be stopped. The guard raises his boot to strike again. Clang! 𝒂𝒅 blocks the blow with his sword scabbard, not on his watch. The merchant is ready to rage, until he sees the sterling family crest on 𝒂𝒅's armor. He instantly backtracks, looking terrified. He starts stammering excuses, saying he was just disciplining them for being disobedient. He completely changes his tune. 𝒂𝒅 doesn't want to hear it. He's buying them both. The price, 10,000 gold. 𝒂𝒅 pauses. Normally, a child slave is cheap, but for a future god of magic, this is a steal. If he lets the kid escape now, he loses a chance to recruit one of the legendary mages of the future. Logan knows he needs him on his side. One catch: this kid, Victor, eventually becomes an obsessive killer who cannot be stopped. But just as the blonde brute prepares to kick the boy again, Logan steps in. He blocks the blow perfectly with his scabbard. The bald man is stunned, wondering who this stranger is defending his property. Before the man can even bark an insult, he stops dead. He spots the crest on Logan's armor, the crest of the noble house McLean. His attitude shifts instantly. He backs off, claiming Logan arrived at an inappropriate time. He says he was just disciplining slaves for being lazy. Logan isn't interested in excuses. He cuts straight to the point. He wants to buy both of them, right now. The bald man smirks and asks for 10,000 gold pieces. A massive ripoff, considering a young slave usually costs a fraction of that. 300 gold coins. This old rat really thinks he can swindle me for some malnourished kids. He's dreaming if he thinks he can get 10 times the price for well-nourished stock, but here is the kicker. That boy he's holding is the legendary bane of nobles, a killer worth at least 100,000 gold on the black market. The bald merchant has no clue, so he keeps digging his own grave. He tells the prince that these kids are basically walking corpses, claiming 30% of them won't survive the night. He even points out one boy who looks like he's already halfway to the afterlife. The merchant tries to play Logan, insisting these are the only slaves left in the city. Total lie, of course. Logan doesn't blink and casually tosses out an offer of 500 gold. The man starts rambling, trying to guilt-trip our hero into overpaying for damaged goods. But Logan isn't some naive, noble pup. He asks the man if he really thinks he's that clueless about the market. Then Logan lets it rip. He releases a surge of pure, suffocating aura that freezes the merchant's blood. Terrified for his life, the man folds instantly, selling both children for 1,000 gold coins. Kaelin hoists the injured boy, Cedric, onto his back while the little sister, Alara, follows closely behind, her eyes filled with worry. But then something impossible happens. The boy snaps awake. His wounds are closing at a rate that defies logic. To anyone else, it looks like a miracle, but Logan knows exactly what's happening because he's the one doing it. Hidden from view, Logan is manually transferring his own life force into the kid. It's a technique far more potent than any low-level holy magic a priest could conjure. But there's a catch. The little girl, Alara, is staring right at him. Even though a veteran like Kaelin didn't notice the energy transfer, this tiny child is tracking his mana perfectly. Talk about hidden talent. Suddenly, whoosh, Cedric leaps off Kaelin's back and lunges at Logan with a scream, telling him to die. But our hero is miles ahead. He effortlessly dodges the strike. Logan pins the brat by the throat and arm in a heartbeat. "Are you brave, kid, or just a special kind of stupid?" He mocks the boy for not realizing exactly how deep he's in. He makes it clear, Logan isn't some soft-hearted lord. He gives Cedric a final warning, follow the rules and both he and Alara stay safe. But if he tries that again, it won't just be Cedric who pays the price. His sister will share whatever grim fate Logan decides for them. The message is received loud and clear. Fear and reality finally sink in. Logan lets go and drops to one knee, looking the boy in the eye. "I'm going to turn you into a knight," he declares. Cedric freezes. To a slave, that's an impossible dream. A knight holds noble status. It means freedom, permanent freedom, not just for Cedric, but for his sister too. Looking at Alara, the boy realizes this is the only way to protect her. He shouts his acceptance, his eyes burning with a new kind of fire. Logan smirks. He knows Alara is the perfect leash to control the boy's self-destructive streak. With the new recruits in tow, they head for the McLean estate. But first, Logan calls for Hammer the dwarf. It's time for a private chat and some serious business. Logan presents a magical contract, the heavy-duty kind. It promises that after 20 years of service, Hammer is a free man, allowed to return to his family in the mountains. Hammer's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He signs so fast the ink barely has time to dry. Logan watches him, satisfied. A motivated dwarf is worth a whole army of blacksmiths. Everything is falling into place for the upcoming territorial war. The soldiers, the smiths, the strategy, it's all ready. Well, almost everything. There's just one tiny problem waiting at home. While Logan was busy playing kingmaker, his reputation back in the city was absolute trash. Rumors about his eccentric behavior were spreading like a plague through the noble houses. His poor servant, Rick, has been through hell trying to do damage control, but it's a losing battle. The moment Logan steps foot back at the McLean Manor, Rick is there to greet him. With a look of pure despair, Rick begs to know why Logan stayed away so long. "Do you have any idea what the locals are calling you, Master?" he cries out. Logan is now officially known as the monster-crazed prince. Word got out that he blew 150,000 gold pieces just to buy tons of monster meat. And who started this mess? Philip. He leaked the info to grab the attention of wealthy merchants, but he didn't realize Logan's reputation was already in the gutter from his cancelled engagement. To the public, Logan is the man who blackmailed his own fiancée for cash. Philip, blissfully unaware of the social suicide, was out there shouting that monster meat was the new gold. Merchants were flocking to the idea of turning trash into treasure. Logan just laughs it off, praising Philip for a job well done. But Rick is losing his mind. This isn't a joke. The town is buzzing with whispers, and the atmosphere at home is heavy enough to crush a man. Especially since the patriarch, Logan's father, is currently vibrating with pure rage. Inside the study, the old man demands to know if Logan took the chance to run away from his responsibilities. Logan just shrugs. "Run away? No, father. It was just a little trip." His father notes that Logan looks awfully satisfied for a man whose name is being dragged through the mud. Logan's response: "Rumors are just noise. He's got zero shame for his actions." That's when the stepmother chimes in, her voice dripping with fake concern. She whispers to the patriarch that the young master is completely delusional about his own standing. She's convinced Logan has no idea how deep a hole he's dug for House McLean. But little do they know, while they worry about gossip, Logan is building a kingdom that will shake the world. But Logan has money to burn. Rumors had already spread that he was some legendary monster lover who spent over 150,000 gold on monster meat. This was all part of Philip's plan. He started the rumors to grab the merchant's attention, but he didn't realize Logan's reputation was already, well, trash. We're talking about Prince Logan here, the guy whose engagement was cancelled, the man who blackmailed his own fiancée for spare change. But Philip didn't care. He shouted to the crowds, selling meat at 1 gold piece per kilo. Bold move. He knew no merchant could refuse turning trash into pure profit. He urged them to gather every monster they could find. And just like that, the rumors exploded. Logan just laughs it off. Honestly, Philip did a great job, but his friend Rick, not exactly finding it funny. Rick tells Logan to look around. The locals are whispering, the expressions are grim, and this is definitely not the time for jokes. Why? Because the patriarch is absolutely fuming. Inside the estate, Logan's father is waiting with a look that could kill. He demands to know if Logan actually thought he could just run away from home. Logan plays it cool. It wasn't running away, it was just a little trip. His father isn't buying it. He heard the rumors. He heard how excited and satisfied Logan looked while blowing the family fortune. Logan shrugs. Rumors are just rumors, and he's not ashamed of a single thing he did. No regrets. The stepmother chimed in, whispering that the young master clearly doesn't understand his place. She says if this continues, the family's authority is toast. Honor, 𝒂𝒅 scoffs. He tells his stepmother she's being way too hasty with her accusations. He spent that wedding gold exactly how he pleased. The old woman screams at the Duke to stop him. Suddenly, boom, the Duke's voice thunders through the hall. He wants to be alone with his son. The stepmother tries to protest, but one look from the Duke shuts her up. They're finally alone. What is this madness? Cedric asks. Why is his son acting like a lunatic? He wants a real talk. 𝒂𝒅 just sighs. You wouldn't get it even if I told you. But the Duke isn't playing. He's heard the rumors. A violent master who's obsessed with gold and losing his mind. It's bad. Cedric asks one last time. How much longer must he protect him? Give him a deadline. Say you did it for your late mother, he suggests. 𝒂𝒅 is floored. He's never mentioned her before. It's clear now. The Duke hasn't lost hope of finding her. He's still holding on to that dream. Give me 1 year, 𝒂𝒅 pleads. 1 year to prove everything. Then he walks out. The Duke is shaken. He never imagined his son could speak with such absolute, iron conviction. But if he fails, the Lord of Ashbourne will have to make a devastating choice. Duty comes first. He whispers an apology to a photo of 𝒂𝒅's mother. He's lost in his son's shadow. He promised to raise him, but feels he failed by being too distant. Elsewhere, things are changing. 𝒂𝒅 is floored. His younger brother Julian has already awakened his mana core. This is impossible. In his past life, this happened much later. Julian is a true prodigy. He did it all for 𝒂𝒅. The knights tried to stop him, so he forced a breakthrough. He awakened his core just to find his brother, and he actually took down the elite guards. Once he's stable, 𝒂𝒅 will teach him the divine blade. He'll be stronger than ever before. In the southern lands of Ashbourne, 𝒂𝒅 meets Sir Kaelin. The sellswords are ready. 350 mercenaries are gathered, and trust me, they are already looking for trouble. Is this the brat? They whisper. They think they've been scammed by a crazy lordling. They don't believe a lord would hire a whole guild unless he'd completely lost his marbles. One bald giant laughs. Look at him in that shiny armor. He's just a kid playing soldier. 𝒂𝒅 hears it, every single word. He repeats the joke back and the giant's jaw drops. How did he hear that from so far away? 𝒂𝒅 smirks. Think you've got skills, big guy. If a C-rank mercenary is this arrogant, he better be able to back it up in a fight. 𝒂𝒅 makes an offer. Land 1 hit on me, and I'll pay you a whole year's salary. The giant doesn't hesitate. He charges like a bull, honor and gold on the line for everyone to see. The crowd is stunned by his speed. Is he actually a B-rank monster in disguise? The giant sneers. Go ahead, kid, take the first swing. Oh, he's going to regret that. Are you sure? 𝒂𝒅 asks. The giant laughs it off, but then it happens. In a flash, crack, a single punch to the jaw sends the giant straight to the dirt. Dead silence. 𝒂𝒅 just stretches, looking down at the unconscious heap. Who's next? Everyone is shaking. A monocore, at his age. Sir Kaelin knew he was odd, but not like this. 𝒂𝒅 introduces himself. I know you're curious why I hired a small army of sellswords. The plan, crossbow cavalry. The men start murmuring, it's never been done for a reason. Shooting a crossbow from a horse. The reload time is insane. You'd be a sitting duck. Sir Kaelin warns him. Crossbows just aren't efficient for this kind of combat, my lord. 𝒂𝒅 knows. Crossbows have power, sure, but a 1-minute reload is a literal eternity. You have to brace them. It's a mess. Even with preloaded weapons, the fire stops too fast. It looks like he's just throwing money into a fire, but 𝒂𝒅 is grinning. He's confident. He tells Kalen to train them hard. This unit is going to be his secret weapon. Overwhelming firepower. That's the goal. In the coming war, they'll be the ultimate advantage. A few days later at House MacLane, 𝒂𝒅 checks the results of the recruitment drive. Out of 350 candidates, 312 actually made the cut. Not a bad start. Bram, the master blacksmith, notices 𝒂𝒅 holding a strange document and asks what it is. 𝒂𝒅 smiles. It's the blueprint for the repeating crossbow project. See, in his past life, our hero used this exact weapon for decades. He's reconstructing the entire deadly design from memory, piece by piece. Bram is an absolute beast when it comes to smithing, so if anyone can build this, it's him. The dwarf starts scanning the requirements, and his eyes go wide. It's complex. We're talking a rear-mounted cartridge to store bolts and a mechanism to reload the string automatically after every shot. Oh, and it needs to fire 3 bolts at once. Bram scoffs, asking what kind of madman came up with such a ridiculous idea. 𝒂𝒅 just raises his hand. Typical 𝒂𝒅. The dwarf takes a second look and wait. His tone changes. He realizes the design is actually genius. But there's a catch. Bram points out that the tension might snap the string during rapid fire, and that bulky wooden box on the back. It'll be a nightmare to aim. He challenges 𝒂𝒅 to find a solution. Our boy doesn't even flinch. He suggests shrinking the bolts to make the cartridge smaller and making it disposable. He tells Bram that from now on, they'll call it a magazine. 1 click, and you're reloaded and ready to kill. Bram thinks he's lost his mind. In this world, firing twice in 60 seconds is considered fast. What 𝒂𝒅 is asking for is basically impossible. 𝒂𝒅 just shrugs. It's a weapon from the future, he says. Bram looks at the specs again, simple metal, some wood, and a high-tension string. He asks how long it'll take. 𝒂𝒅 gives him an out. If it's too hard, he can walk away right now with no hard feelings. Big mistake. You don't tell a dwarf something is impossible. Bram fires back, promising a version far superior to the drawing in just 1 month. Cut to the training grounds. We see a young boy named Leo absolutely pushing his limits. 𝒂𝒅 is training him like a demon, and the kid looks ready to drop. It's only been 3 days, but 𝒂𝒅 can see it. Leo is transforming right before his eyes. The potential is terrifying. Finally, 𝒂𝒅 calls for a break. Leo literally collapses the second the words leave his master's mouth. He's done. His sister, Alina, rushes over to help him. 𝒂𝒅 watches them, noting that this 14-year-old just finished a 20-kilometer sprint. The kid has raw talent, but more importantly, he has the grit to never back down. That's what 𝒂𝒅 likes most about him. He remembers the Leo from his past life, a cold-blooded, legendary assassin. The violence in him didn't start by choice. It was probably sparked by losing his sister. Not this time, though. 𝒂𝒅 calls the boy back up. It's time for the real lessons to begin. He's going to teach Leo the 𝒂𝒍𝒅 royal fencing style. In this kingdom, every knight apprentice dreams of mastering these moves. 𝒂𝒅 tells the boy to watch closely. He swings his blade, 1 strike, and a literal gust of wind tears through the air. Leo is trembling from exhaustion, his body screaming for a soft bed, but he pushes the pain aside. He knows this is his only shot at a better life. Then something insane happens. Leo mimics the movement, perfectly, after seeing it just once. 𝒂𝒅 is floored. Even his own brother, Cedric, isn't on this kid's level of natural genius. It's unreal. He tells Leo that if he can perfect this style 1,000 times without breaking form, he'll officially be a knight. You can see the fire in Leo's eyes. Becoming a knight, that changes everything for him and his sister. 𝒂𝒅 tells him to ask Caleb if he needs anything, but Leo only has one request: keep his sister Alina safe at all costs. 𝒂𝒅 agrees. He knows Leo will be his secret weapon in the coming war, alongside the elite mercenary force Captain Silas is training. But he's not getting overconfident. Wars aren't won on hope. What if Bram fails with the crossbow? What if the men can't handle the new gear? He needs a backup plan. A plan B that ensures House MacLane survives the storm. Later, he meets with the Duke, his father. He makes a bold request. He wants to join the official night training rotation. The Duke agrees, and soon we're at the House Maclane training fields on a bright, sunny day. Commander Thorn, the leader of the Knights, calls his men to attention. He has an announcement that catches everyone off guard. Young Master 𝒂𝒅 is joining the ranks today. The soldiers are stunned. Whispers break out immediately about 𝒂𝒅's trash reputation from the past. Even Thorn looks a bit uneasy about the whole thing, but he has his orders. We see a quick flashback of the Duke telling Thorn to train 𝒂𝒅. Thorn tried to argue, worried it would piss off the other knights. But the Duke shut that down instantly. He wasn't asking for a favor, he was giving an order. He told the commander to treat 𝒂𝒅 like a raw recruit. No special treatment, no mercy, just brutal, soul-crushing training. Back in the present, Thorn is sweating. It would have been so much easier if he could just go easy on the Lord's son. But 𝒂𝒅 is standing there, ready. He notices the commander lost in thought and decides to speak up first. That was the breaking point. The Patriarch orders the Chief of Knights to treat Logan like a common recruit. Translation: intense, brutal training starts now. Back in the present, the messenger, 𝒂𝒑, thinks about how complicated this is. Logan is still the Lord's son. Training him gently would have been easier. Seeing the Chief of Cavalry lost in thought, Logan tells him to report the news to the Master as quickly as possible. Julian tells him not to sweat it. If he slips up even once during this grueling week of training, he'll pack his bags and quit on the spot. Seeing his big chance, Thorn agrees instantly. He's already plotting with a nasty smirk that for the next 7 days. The intensity of the Knights' drills is going to be tripled. Next thing we see, the Knights are sprinting through the woods. They're hauling their comrades on their backs like pack mules. Thorn barks at them to shut up the moment the complaining starts. Since they're knights who ride horses, he says they should finally understand how the poor animals feel. He explains that this hellish workout is designed to show them what it's like to be a warhorse carrying armored men across a bloody battlefield. The soldiers start whispering among themselves, grumbling that Julian is the only reason they're in this sudden misery. They're betting the heir of House Sterling won't last and will be running home crying soon. But they were dead wrong. Our boy Julian is actually holding steady. No whining, no slowing down, just charging ahead with a full-grown knight on his back. In a flash, he's moving with total ease and even starts leading the entire pack. Commander Thorn is watching this, thinking there's no way. He can't wrap his head around Julian actually leading the troop. And the worst part, Julian is actually smiling through this absolute torture. Thorn realizes at this rate, the knights will break way before the boy does. So he makes a call and orders everyone to halt right now. He finally announces a 10-minute breather, and the knights just collapse like sacks of flour. Julian, he's actually disappointed the fun stopped. Thorn walks up, checking how the young master is holding up. The commander asks if the weight is too much, secretly hoping Julian will admit it's hard, so they can finally stop this madness. But Julian just shrugs it off. He tells the man he can handle it no problem. In fact, he thinks the training is brilliant. He says if the knights do this every day, they must be total beasts. Then the kid says he's actually looking forward to more. At that point, Thorn just feels sick. His whole plan is officially dead. He basically gives up on the spot. Our hero sees the reaction but has no clue why the guy is so bothered, so he just ignores it. Night falls, and Julian is deep in the forest, wondering if the other knights have already turned in for the day. He figures the night training is just a safety net for his bigger plans, so he's trying to play nice and make friends. He also reflects on his own power. While meditation builds his spirit, he knows his physical body needs to stay sharp too. So this night training, it's actually perfect for him. Right then, he taps into his power and feels a massive shift. Julian can actually see the progress now. He grins, realizing all that sweat is finally paying off. He grabs his blade, noting that as his essence grows, he barely feels the fatigue. He channels his energy straight into the steel, focusing for a heartbeat. Then, he shuts his eyes and draws the sword, smooth as silk. Even though his aura heart is only at 1 star, the power is already impressive. Julian knows. If he hits 2 stars, he might actually match a high-level knight like Sir Percival. Fast forward to another day. A bunch of crossbow prototypes are laid out, but Julian rejects every single one of them. He asks the dwarf, Barnaby, where the repeating crossbow he ordered is. He's got a long list of complaints, too. Barnaby is fuming, and seeing the fire in his eyes, Julian offers a quick apology for being blunt. The dwarf snaps back, saying even if Julian is the boss, he shouldn't insult a master craftsman's pride. Julian just plays dumb. He says if this is really the best work a master can do, then there's nothing left to say. He's aiming right for the dwarf's ego. He starts taunting him, saying he didn't realize weeks of work would result in, well, this. He sighs, saying he clearly expected too much from a master smith. Barnaby is vibrating with rage now, clutching the weapon tight. The dwarf swears he'll redo the whole thing from scratch and show Julian what a real weapon looks like in 1 month. He snaps the crossbow in half right there, just to show how much he hates it. As the dwarf stomps off in a fury, Julian realizes he pushed the right buttons to make him start over. With a devious smirk, our protagonist thinks if he keeps the pressure on, the results will be absolutely legendary. 1 month later, Barnaby is back with the new project. He takes aim and boom, 2 bolts hit the bullseye instantly. The dwarf asks what the master thinks, explaining that even though it fires 1 less bolt than asked, it's light enough for 1 hand. Julian is stunned. He thinks to himself that this is unreal. Less than 5 seconds to reload and fire. The range and size might not be what he remembers from his past life, but for a unit of cavalry, this thing is incredible. It's a total game changer, and Julian can already see how this one weapon is going to rewrite the rules of the battlefield. The results were beyond epic. Ignoring Barnaby's constant grumbling, Lord Alaric could only focus on the fact that they still had months before the kingdom went to war. They'd already hit some massive milestones. Feeling totally ignored, Barnaby barked out, asking the young lord what was going on in that head of his. Without warning, Alaric snatched the stout blacksmith up in a huge bear hug, shouting that he'd done a bloody brilliant job. He kept showering the smith with praise until the gruff little man actually got shy. Not every day you get that kind of respect for your craft. With a soft, genuine look, Alaric said the smith's name. Barnaby turned bright red, stammering out a "why the sudden face, master?" Then Alaric's expression flipped to dead serious. Could the smith forge 400 of those rapid-fire arbalists in just 2 months? Fast forward a bit. A bolt screams through the air, thudding deep into a sturdy oak and piercing it clean through. Sir Cedric, the man testing the weapon, stood there in stunned silence. Behind him, the sellswords were buzzing. The range was unreal, and that fire rate? Absolute madness. Cedric couldn't wrap his head around it. He stared at the weapon, realizing his world had just changed. A front-loading arbalist with that much punch, range, and speed. It should have been impossible, yet here it was. He realized right then, if you gave 300 mounted knights these weapons, they'd be an unstoppable force on any battlefield. Cedric turned to Alaric, calling him a genius. Finally, the young lord's talk about mounted arbalisters made perfect sense. Alaric just gave a modest nod, though inside, he knew he'd worked Barnaby to the bone to get this done. Even with a full team of apprentices helping, he never actually expected the smith to pull off the prototype in a mere fortnight. Alaric wanted to share this with the royal knights immediately, but he hesitated. The risk of spies leaking the blueprints was just too high. So he turned to Cedric with a new order. From today on, the sellswords would be armed with these new weapons. Their mission: sweep the borderlands and wipe out every single fell beast lurking in the territory. Noticing Cedric's slight hesitation, the young lord's eyes narrowed. Did the knight think his orders were impossible to follow? Cedric felt the pressure for a second. He looked back at those bolts buried in the wood and nodded. "It might just be possible, my lord." Alaric's response was sharp. "Don't just think it, make it happen. If we fail here, all of this was for nothing." Watching his master walk away, Cedric realized something. These weren't just hunting tools for monsters. Alaric was preparing for a full-scale war. Sometime later, out on the training grounds, a soldier muttered about someone having the stamina of an absolute ox. That someone was Alaric, literally hauling 2 of his fellow knights on his back across the muddy field. The rest of the army just stood there, mouths agape, trying to figure out how one boy could be so freakishly strong. The knights started whispering. To think Alaric, the boy who'd been shamed by his own brother, had done a total 180 and become this beast. What was even crazier, he'd been pushing this insane pace for over a month without breaking. This training was originally a punishment meant to make him quit, but now, it had become the rallying cry for the entire order. It was a massive wake-up call for the lower-ranking squires, who'd been getting lazy and soft in their duties lately. The soldiers were even starting to bond with their war horses, finally understanding the true weight of their comrades, four-legged or otherwise. One of the knights clinging to Alaric's back groaned about eating too many pies the night before, offering a clumsy apology. His friend just laughed it off, telling him not to sweat the weight. He'd carry him through hell if he had to. That was the real secret bonus of this hellish training. It was forging a brotherhood that simply couldn't be broken. Sir Harold watched them, admitting he only kept going because the young master refused to quit first. But even he hadn't expected the results to be this massive. He looked at Alaric with pure admiration, glad the boy was here. Suddenly, Harold felt a chill, like a pair of eyes were boring into the back of his neck. Alaric paused, wondering if he was just exhausted. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we find Alaric back in his chambers, meditating in the quiet dark. He'd pushed his body to the absolute breaking point, and now he was using that exhaustion to jumpstart his internal ether. Progress was coming fast. Alaric could feel the shift. His strength was evolving into something else entirely. If he could just master these knightly disciplines, he knew he could surpass any archmage or master he'd faced in his previous life. With a heavy sigh, his chest began to glow with a blinding, golden light. He began chanting in a lost, ancient tongue as his heart hammered against his ribs like a drum. Energy flooded the room. That chaotic, swirling mess of power suddenly snapped into place, forming a perfect, shimmering sphere within him. Alaric let out a triumphant laugh. His 2-star ether core was finally complete. This was it, the foundation he needed to unlock the next level of the Forbidden Sword secrets. Considering how deadly the first technique was, he knew the second one was going to be absolutely devastating. Logan knows this new gear is a total game changer. If he'd managed to master this technique before the actual war started, he's certain not even a top-tier paladin would have been able to lay a finger on him. The next morning, the sun breaks over the open plains. A few stray monsters are just wandering around the territory, totally clueless about what's coming their way. Then, the ground starts to vibrate. The heavy sound of galloping hooves echoes across the fields. The beasts look up and see a human army charging straight at them, and suddenly, they realize it's time to run for their lives. Kaysen gives the signal, his fist clenched tight. On his command, the mercenaries shift like a well-oiled machine, sliding into a specific combat formation designed to wipe out anything in their path. They level those heavy crossbows, and the moment they find their rhythm, they let the bolts fly. It's a literal wall of iron raining down on the undead creatures. The monsters try to scatter, but they don't stand a chance against that kind of speed. Bolts pierce through their backs, pinning them to the dirt and finishing them off almost instantly. In a matter of moments, every single beast is cornered and destroyed. Silence falls over the field, and even Logan stays quiet for a second, just taking in the sheer efficiency of the kill. The mercenaries are absolutely stunned by what they just did. You can see the excitement on their faces. They're ecstatic because this new weapon is basically a cheat code. It has almost zero recoil, and the stopping power is just insane. Logan is standing right there with them, carefully analyzing every single detail of his soldiers' progress. He's calculating the numbers in his head. A swarm of over 100 monsters was completely erased in less than 10 seconds. It's clear now, These men haven't just learned to use the crossbow, they've mastered it. All the grueling effort it took to hunt this far from the safety of the territory, totally worth it. Finally, 𝒂𝒍𝒊 walks up and asks if his master is satisfied with the results. Logan gives a small nod. He remembers how much of a disaster these guys were during their very first hunt, but the improvement they've shown since then is nothing short of legendary. 𝒂𝒍𝒊 stays silent for a moment, processing everything. Then he drops the question that's been on his mind. Why is Logan going to these extremes? He's never heard of a mercenary band with this much firepower. He's starting to wonder if the young lord is planning to hunt down every monster on the entire continent. But before Logan can even open his mouth to respond, a voice cuts through the air, calling his name. A knight rides into view, looking absolutely exhausted and gasping for air. 𝒂𝒍𝒊 immediately demands to know what's going on, and the man barely manages to choke out that someone named Rick sent him. Our protagonist is caught off guard, but before he can ask for details, the messenger delivers the bombshell. Something happened yesterday. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 has officially declared war on House McLean. The news hits Logan like a physical blow. He's completely shocked. On the other side of the border, you can see 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 through a scrying crystal, absolutely livid and screaming for blood. He's digging up some ancient grudge about his ancestors being murdered, throwing all the blame onto the McLean family. It's a total mess. Back at the manor, Patrick is watching this transmission, looking completely baffled. Later, in the war room, the Council of Nobles is arguing in circles. They can't believe 𝒂𝒍𝒊 is bringing up some old history as a reason for an all-out invasion. One of the lords questions what the patriarch is going to do. He points out that 𝒂𝒍𝒊's order of knights is way bigger than theirs. Even if Patrick leads the charge himself, the odds of winning are slim to none. Chaos erupts as the nobles start panicking, trying to figure out a way out of this nightmare. But then, bam! Patrick slams his fist onto the table with enough force to rattle the room. He orders everyone to shut their mouths immediately. The patriarch knows the score. The royal family's authority isn't what it used to be, and 𝒂𝒍𝒊 didn't even bother asking for permission. This wasn't a sudden outburst. It was a cold, calculated plan. Patrick looks at the men who were whispering about peace and tells them they clearly weren't thinking before they spoke. He gives the final order: prepare for war and come back with a plan for victory. Period. The nobles are clearly hesitant, but nobody dares to challenge that level of determination. Then someone asks the big question: will the young masters be heading into the fray as well? At that, Logan's mother, Marion, looks at her husband with pure fear in her eyes, waiting for his answer. Patrick doesn't blink. He states firmly that his sons will be going to war. He explains that Ronan's hidden strength has finally awakened, and Logan is of age, so it's time he did his part for the family. Hearing that actually gives the nobles a bit of hope. Those two are seen as incredibly promising knights, after all. But over in the corner, Rick is starting to get anxious. This is bad, really bad. Young Master Logan is miles away from the territory. He sprints out of the room, knowing he has to get word to his master as fast as humanly possible. It's then revealed that this whole sequence was being narrated by the messenger who just reached Logan. Our hero stands there, silent but clearly troubled. Something is wrong. According to his memories from his past life, this war wasn't supposed to kick off for at least another 2 months. The timeline has shifted. The messenger begs Logan to hurry. The House of 𝒂𝒍𝒊 has completely ignored all traditional rules of engagement, and they're already marching toward the battlefield. Hearing that, Logan makes his choice. There's no more time to sit around and overthink this. Behind him, 𝒂𝒍𝒊 steps up and informs him that the mercenary army is ready to move. Every single man is in. The young man is actually surprised by how ready they are. He asks 𝒂𝒍𝒊 why he's so calm when a literal war just started. 𝒂𝒍𝒊 just looks at his master and smiles. "Sir, mercenaries live for war. We're always prepared. Besides, they've got those incredible new weapons in their hands, and honestly, they're dying for a chance to use them on a real target." Logan looks at his men and realizes they're overflowing with confidence. But hey, that confidence is earned. He lets out a small sigh of relief, remembering how they'd just unilaterally massacred that group of monsters. It turns out this whole flashback was being narrated by the man who came to give Logan a warning that changed everything. Logan goes silent. He looks troubled, and for good reason. His mind is racing through his memories of his past life. Something is wrong. According to his memories, the war wasn't supposed to start for at least 2 more months. The timeline has shifted. The messenger urges him to move. The enemy house has ignored all tradition and is already marching toward the battlefield. It's happening. Now. Logan McLean makes his choice. There's no more time to sit around and think. Behind him, Kai Salon approaches with news. The mercenary army is ready. Every single man is accounted for. Logan is actually surprised by how fast they mobilized. He asks Kai why the men don't seem shocked that a war has started. Kai just gives his master a look. Mercenaries love war. It's what they do. Plus, they've got those excellent new weapons in hand, and they're dying to test them out. Logan watches his knights. They're confident, extremely confident, and honestly, that confidence is completely justified. A small smile of relief crosses his face. He remembers how, in the past, they had totally massacred their enemies. It didn't matter if they were facing monsters or men. War was here, and the only option was to win. With a confident smirk, the young heir, 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅, looked at his men and made one thing clear. They had more than enough power to crush anyone in their way. House Sterling was ready, almost eager, for the coming storm, and the 314 elite soldiers trained personally by 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 were absolutely certain they'd be the ones standing when the dust settled. But things moved faster than anyone expected. The war didn't wait for House Sterling to get comfortable, and just 1 day after the declaration, the enemy was already at their gates. Duke Thorne's army didn't just arrive. They swarmed the horizon, surrounding the Sterling keep before the sun could even set. A frantic scout rushed to Lord Alistair with the news, and it was bad. Really bad. Thorne hadn't just brought a small raiding party. He had over 1,100 veteran soldiers at his back, and that wasn't even counting the massive wave of fresh recruits following them. Lord Alistair felt his heart sink. He couldn't believe it. Since when had Thorne become this insane? The man was clearly out for blood, and he wasn't playing fair. It was obvious Thorne wasn't satisfied with a standard skirmish. He had called in every soul he could find to ensure total annihilation. Alistair was fuming, trying to wrap his head around why his rival would go to such extreme, desperate lengths. But the messenger wasn't done yet. There was more, and this bit, it was the real kicker. House Valerius, their supposed loyal allies, had sent word that they wouldn't be sending a single soldier to help. Lord Alistair froze, the confusion turning into pure, unadulterated panic as he realized they were being left to rot. "There's no way," he stammered, convinced there had to be some kind of mistake. But the messenger's face said it all. Lord Percival himself had visited House Valerius multiple times to plead their case, and the answer was always the same: silence. Alistair's mind raced, his hands trembling as he tried to find a way out of this nightmare. He didn't have a choice. He ordered his men to round up every single person capable of holding a blade because House Sterling was going down fighting, with everything they had. The narrator reminds us that with their allies turning their backs, the Sterlings were backed into a corner. They scrambled to pull together any force they could manage just to survive. The final count was grim. 53 knights, 552 regular troops with actual training, and 4,418 raw recruits who barely knew which end of a spear to hold. That's 5,000 people in total. Sounds like a lot, right? Wrong. As the Sterling army lined up against Thorne's professional killers, the atmosphere was heavy with dread. They were staring down a force twice their size, filled with men who lived for the kill. Alistair, leading from the front, let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with worry for his people. In the ranks, the whispers started, and they weren't good. One soldier leaned over to his buddy, asking where the eldest young master, 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅, had disappeared to. The reply was a bitter shrug. 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 had been gone for ages and hadn't shown his face since the tension peaked. The rumors were already spreading like wildfire. The golden boy had realized they were doomed and tucked tail, fleeing the moment things got real. Lucas's younger brother, Rowan, caught wind of the trash talk and went ballistic. He turned on his own men, eyes blazing, demanding to know what kind of nonsense they were spewing. He stood his ground, insisting there was no way his brother would ever abandon them like that. Rowan remembered the intensity of Lucas's training, the sheer focus in his eyes. He told the soldiers flat out that Lucas had seen this war coming a mile away. He knew it was happening before anyone else did. Flashback time. We see Lucas teaching Rowan a secret technique, his voice steady as he promises that together, they are going to save their family. But words didn't matter to a terrified army. The soldiers just rolled their eyes, convinced that the hero of House Sterling had officially become a coward on the run. Even Lord 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 seemed to accept the worst. He looked at Rowan, telling him he'd have to step up and take his brother's place on the field. He begged his son not to hesitate, no matter how much blood was spilled or how dark things looked. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 wanted to believe in Lucas, he really did, but at this point, it didn't matter. They had a war to win, or they were all going to die. Gripping his massive heavy lance, 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 felt the weight of his house on his shoulders. He raised his weapon high, letting out a roar that echoed across the field, and ordered the charge. The two armies smashed into each other like two massive waves of steel and screams. Duke Thorn watched from his horse with a sick, twisted smile. He was loving this. He laughed, seeing 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒆𝒅 finally draw his blade and called out to his own knights. To Thorn, his knights weren't men. They were just tools, his personal swords meant to cut 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒆𝒅 down. Suddenly, 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒆𝒅 found himself swarmed by dozens of Thorn's best soldiers. But the Lord of Sterling wasn't going down easy. A fierce red aura erupted around him, coating his horse and his lance in a shimmering, deadly light. He knew he had to shatter their front line immediately to give his recruits any chance of surviving. He poured every ounce of his strength into one final, desperate blow. With a massive leap, his horse cleared the gap, and he slammed his lance directly into an enemy soldier's shield. It should have been a massacre. But then, the impossible happened. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒆𝒅's eyes widened in pure shock as that ordinary-looking soldier didn't just survive, he blocked the hit effortlessly. The enemy just smirked, a terrifying, malicious look in his eyes. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a young soldier named Rick was drowning in the chaos. He looked around, and it was a literal house of horrors. His friends were being cut down left and right, their screams lost in the roar of battle. Everywhere Rick looked, people were begging for a help that wasn't coming. He started to shake, the reality hitting him like a physical blow. They were losing, and they were losing fast. Rick realized just how desperate the Sterling family was. They were so short on men that they had to send kids like him into this meat grinder. Suddenly, a heavy blow caught Rick in the head, sending him spinning to the muddy ground. As he looked up, dazed, an enemy knight lowered his lance to finish him off. But at the last second, the knight's chest exploded as something slammed into him. The rider fell, and Rick realized someone had just saved his life. Another Sterling soldier grabbed Rick by the collar, hauling him up and yelling at him to get his weapon back in his hand. Rick was so relieved to see a friendly face he almost cried, reaching out a hand to his savior. But in that 1 second of hope, everything went red. A spray of blood hit Rick square in the face as the soldier who helped him collapsed, an arrow buried deep in his throat. Rick let out a raw, terrified scream and just started running. He didn't care about honor or House Sterling anymore. He just needed to get away from the death behind him. But as he sprinted through the mud, sobbing and gasping for air, all he could see was the crimson trail of his fallen brothers covering the earth. Blood from his brothers in arms splattered across him. Cedric looked at the broken bodies of his fallen allies and felt his spirit shatter into pure despair. Looking up, he saw a wall of iron, a massive army of horsemen closing in. It was a trap. They were completely surrounded with no way out. The enemy had cut off the rear. Cedric realized the bitter truth. They were all going to die right here on this battlefield. We cut back to the main fight. Lord 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒆𝒅 of House Sterling was unleashing blow after blow, but his opponent was barely even scratched. The Lord's heart hammered with anxiety. Despite the blood and wounds, the enemy soldier stood tall, mocking him with a chilling steadiness. "Alistair of Stirling, you live up to the rumors," the soldier spat. Even with all their planning, they were still struggling to bring him down. Alistair was reeling. Who was this mystery warrior? He'd taken the Lord's strongest hits and didn't even flinch. It didn't make sense. He realized too late. House Blackwood hadn't just brought numbers, they had a high-ranking knight in their pocket. This was bad. And it got worse. The 4 others closing in, they were intermediate-level knights at the very least. Alistair was walking into a meat grinder. The man blocking his path smirked through the pain. "So, Lord Alistair, what do you think of our little welcome committee?" Seeing the circle close, the Lord lowered his head. But he knew if he failed here, his entire order would be slaughtered behind him. He tossed his broken spear aside and drew his steel. His eyes blazed. He wasn't going down without a fight. He spurred his horse forward in a desperate charge. "Not today," he roared, refusing to let his family's name die in the dirt. Steel clashed against steel with a deafening boom, the sheer force of the impact sending a shockwave through the muddy field. For a split second, the enemy knight's guard dropped. Alistair saw his opening. It was time to end this. He moved for the kill. But wait, a lance whistled through the air toward his back. Another assassin was closing in fast from the blind side. The spear almost took his head off. Frustration boiled over. It wasn't a duel, it was a coordinated hunt, and he was the prey. "Have you no honor?" Alistair screamed. But the Blackwood dogs just laughed, mocking the great lord as if he were already a corpse. Their leader cautioned his men. "Stay sharp. Even a cornered lion like Alistair of Stirling is a high-ranking threat until he's dead." Fed up with the games, Alistair vaulted off his horse, throwing his entire weight into a massive strike against one of his tormentors. Another bone-shattering crash, but as he focused on the front, he felt the air shift behind him. Someone was coming for his spine. He was too slow. A sharp pain exploded as Lord Alistair was struck hard. The lancer had finally found his mark. The enemy was gloating now. Alistair stumbled back, blood soaking his tunic from a nasty stomach wound. He was fading fast. He finally saw the trap, one elite knight to tank his hits while the others picked him apart from the shadows. Clever, deadly. His gaze swept the field. The Stirling vanguard was being wiped out. The situation wasn't just dire, it was a total massacre. Even with his hand pressed against his leaking gut, the old lion wouldn't break. He stood his ground, ready for one last stand. He thought of Julian. At least the boy had escaped. There was no winning this day, and he knew it in his bones. He hoped Arthur, his eldest, would live to carry the Stirling name forward. Far away, Viscount Thorne watched everything with a cold smile. Thorne grinned, watching his enemy's slow death. Hiring that high-ranking mercenary was the best gold he'd ever spent. It was finally over. Soon, Alistair would be dead, and Stirling Castle would be his. Suddenly, boom, a thunderous sound rolled across the valley. Thorne froze. That wasn't his men. That was the sound of heavy hooves, hundreds of them. A messenger came sprinting, eyes wide with terror. "My lord," the guard screamed. "A massive cavalry unit has appeared at our rear, at least 300 of them." Thorne was baffled. The Stirlings shouldn't have any elite knights left. Where did this ghost army come from? The messenger's voice trembled. "It gets weirder, sir. They aren't carrying lances or spears. They're carrying something else." "Just small crossbows," the man finished. Thorne burst out laughing. "Hunters? They sent hunters to a war, how pathetic." He ordered his rear guard and archers to wipe out the newcomers. "Crush those peasants," he sneered. "They're nothing but fodder." He was sure they were just useless militia waiting to die. But then, whoosh, the world exploded in fire and screams. Flaming bolts rained down, turning Thorne's advisor into a human torch. The Viscount's jaw hit the floor as he looked to the side. All 300 riders were leveling weapons at him. Leading the charge, Arthur, and he looked absolutely murderous. Arthur saw the bodies of his kin and lost it. Pure, unadulterated rage. "Fire!" he roared, and all hell broke loose. Thorn watched in horror as a black cloud of bolts blotted out the sun. His army had no time to even scream. The Blackwood men were stunned. Since when did House Sterling have this kind of terrifying firepower? It was an absolute nightmare. The massacre was instantaneous. Soldiers were dropped where they stood. Only a lucky few managed to get their shields up in time. One young soldier stood shaking among the corpses of his friends. In the blink of an eye, everyone who hadn't reacted was dead. Terrified, the remaining archers of House Blackwood tried to scramble, realizing the tide had just turned in the bloodiest way possible. The Earl's men weren't about to back down. They drew their bows, ready to rain arrows on the enemy. But here's the thing, disaster struck. Their arrows didn't even come close, falling miles short of Alistair's lines. The enemy soldiers were stunned. How were those weird-looking crossbows hitting them from so far away? Before one guy could even process it, bam! A bolt caught him right between the eyes. No time to react. The archers were getting absolutely picked off. Earl Hammond watched in horror as his backline turned into a graveyard. He was panicking now. Magic. It had to be. How could a few crossbows neutralize half an army? He wouldn't lose. Not today. Hammond roared for his surviving men to bring in the heavy cavalry. The flag went up, the proud symbol of their house. Every knight on the field saw the call to arms. They didn't hesitate. A massive wave of mounted steel began thundering toward their lord's position. With his knights backing him, Hammond ordered every single soldier to charge and crush Alistair's forces. Our hero watched the whole scene from a distance, a dark, wicked smirk spreading across his face. He was loving it. His enemies were literally sprinting headfirst into the trap he'd set for them. Elsewhere, the battlefield was pure chaos. Rowan, Alistair's brother, was locked in a life-or-death struggle, barely dodging a lethal blade. "Impressive move, kid," the enemy knight mocked, but his buddy rushed up, shouting they had no time for games. The battle was shifting, and they needed to finish this. But the knight just laughed. Rowan was a fun opponent. He was playing with his food. The soldier urged his friend to look at the slaughter happening around them. Rowan took that moment to breathe. Training was one thing, but real war. He realized he wasn't the genius he thought he was. He gripped his sword until his hand hurt. Genius or not, he refused to let this be the end. He remembered his father's voice, telling him he had to step up for his brother. That lit a fire in him. "I'm not dying here," he vowed. Just then, he noticed the knight was totally distracted. Now or never, Rowan charged with everything he had, catching the warrior completely off guard. One clean swing. The blade bit into the knight's neck, ending him, but Rowan was actually confused. It was too easy. As the body fell, he noticed a bunch of crossbow bolts scattered in the dirt. He looked at the corpse and realized the truth. The guy was already full of holes before he even struck. Then he saw him, standing right there like a guardian angel, his brother Alistair. Rowan was nearly in tears. Alistair hadn't abandoned them. He was out there saving everyone. But the fight wasn't over. A fresh squad of knights from the enemy army came thundering toward them. "Kill the crossbowmen," their captain screamed. Alistair watched them approach, his mind racing. They were in a tight shield formation. "Nice strategy," Alistair muttered, but he wasn't worried. His mercenaries suggested aiming for the ground to bounce the bolts under the shields. But Alistair, he had a much darker idea. His expression turned absolutely cold and terrifying. "Don't hit the men," he ordered. "Shoot the horses." Talk about brutal. They opened fire on the defenseless mounts, and the cavalry charge turned into a bloody pileup. Hammond's invincible knights were face-planting into the mud. Alistair just laughed. It was a total failure. He was glad Rowan was safe, but he wasn't done. He had to find his father before it was too late. In this life, he was saving his family. Winning a war meant nothing if he lost the people he loved. He told Captain Kalen to take over. Kalen tried to argue. The plan was to stay at a safe distance. But Alistair was already running. Kalen watched him go, convinced the boy was charging straight to his death. "He's strong, sure, but against an intermediate knight. He'll be slaughtered," Kalen worried. No choice now. Kaelin stepped up and ordered the men to provide as much cover for 𝒂𝒅 as possible. Meanwhile, Lord Sterling was in the fight of his life, trading heavy blows with a high-ranking enemy knight. He was beyond frustrated. This bastard was good. He knew he'd have to take a hit just to get an opening. It was a nightmare. More elite knights were closing in on him, ignoring their own wounds just to bring him down. He took some nasty hits, but somehow, the patriarch managed to break free and escape the immediate killing zone. He was bleeding out fast, his life's blood staining the grass as he realized something was very, very wrong. The enemy suddenly shifted their tactics yet again. 2 mid-tier knights charged forward with their weapons drawn, aimed right at Cedric, intent on finishing him off once and for all. Arthur noticed something strange. His foes were throwing themselves forward. With a desperate, reckless fury, even though they already held the advantage, the patriarch of House Valerius managed to parry the blows and dodge backward with veteran grace. But luck wasn't on his side. He realized he was cornered, with no room left to retreat. At that exact moment, Arthur arrived, bursting with power and ready to shield his father. One of the mid-tier soldiers could only glance to the side in horror as a furious Arthur closed in fast. The young man intercepted the killing blow meant for his father and immediately stepped forward to seize control of the fight. With that massive surge of energy, a violent gust of wind swept across the clearing. Cedric stood there, stunned, wondering what had just happened. As the dust finally settled, he recognized the figure standing before him. The young man turned back with a smirk and apologized to his father for being late. Finally, the patriarch realized it was Arthur, his son. Even though the boy was injured, the Lord felt a massive wave of relief. He'd assumed Arthur was leading a mercenary army behind enemy lines, far from this chaotic front, but he was certain they were nowhere near here. Looking back, he couldn't wrap his head around how Arthur had sliced through the entire rear guard to reach him. Then Cedric realized the truth. Every single soldier who had been battling them before was now lying defeated at his son's feet. He was about to demand how the boy had become this powerful, but the urgency of the situation hit him. It didn't matter right now. He asked if Arthur's arrival meant the tide had finally turned. With a confident smile, Arthur confirmed it and stated that House Valerius was on the verge of winning this entire war. Putting his pride aside, Cedric approached his son, placing a firm hand on his shoulder and telling him he'd done an incredible job. The High Commander watching this was in total shock, seeing that Arthur had just fought off 2 mid-tier knights simultaneously like it was nothing. He simply couldn't comprehend how a 20-year-old from the provinces could do this with such ease. Filled with pure rage, he grew furious and summoned all his strength. It didn't matter. He would kill Arthur right here, right now. The commander ordered his allies to form up. While Cedric and Arthur braced for the next clash, Cedric reflected on that one attack. He could tell his son was now strong enough to handle almost any mid-tier knight alone. He figured if his son dealt with the mid-tier subordinates while he fought the High Commander, their chances of victory were actually high. However, Arthur stepped right in front of his father, requesting to face the High Commander himself. The boy's father tried to warn him that the man was on another level, and that despite Arthur's progress, he was still technically just a mid-tier warrior. Suddenly, Arthur lightly touched his father's wound, making the man hiss in pain. Arthur told him that in his current state, even he could defeat Cedric. So he asked for his father's trust, promising he would handle everything. Seeing his son so determined, Cedric sighed and agreed. He stepped back to defend his son's rear, urging him to be extremely careful. Arthur, noticing his father's unwavering trust, breathed a sigh of relief. Fired up, Arthur urged his father to hurry, and the two of them charged toward their enemies. The High Commander couldn't understand why Arthur was approaching him with such insane confidence, especially since he was a knight of a much higher rank. Deeply irritated, the commander gripped his sword tightly, channeling as much power as possible. He questioned where this arrogance came from, but the boy simply advanced toward his enemy without a hint of fear. As Arthur unleashed his strength, he was already devising a plan to take down his powerful opponent. Sword in hand, he leaped toward the enemy, ready to strike. Arthur's blade collided with the High Commander, with a resounding, bone-shaking crash that echoed far and wide. Recognizing the raw strength of his opponent, the High Commander was startled, while Arthur remained perfectly calm. The man quickly backed away to create some distance and gather himself. He was still in total disbelief. Despite his injuries, he couldn't feel any overwhelming power coming from Arthur, and yet he was being physically overpowered. This could only mean one thing: Arthur was giving everything he had to win. Determined to end it, the commander charged back at Arthur, intent on finishing the young man. The knight roared for Arthur to die immediately, launching a brutal attack. But our protagonist remained completely unfazed, calmly preparing to defend. A fierce sword duel erupted, and the only things visible were the sparks from their clashing blades. The two appeared to be evenly matched. However, unlike his previous bout with Cedric, the commander was already injured and began to feel the searing pain from his wounds. Seeing an opening in the man's defense, Arthur struck with precision, slashing the knight's chest. The man groaned in pain, his accumulated injuries finally weighing him down, not wanting to be countered. Arthur quickly retreated to reset the distance. The High Commander realized that his opponent left absolutely no openings to exploit, waiting for the perfect opening. Suddenly, that enemy knight sneers. He spotted a weakness in Sir Lyvan's stance. He claims he's got this, but Lyvan, he's focused, yet something's wrong. His sword's strength is vanishing. It clicks. That warrior's weapon is literally draining his power. Talk about a dirty trick for a knight. The high-ranking fool thinks he's won. He plants his feet and grips his hilt with a murderous grin. He yanks his blade back, dragging Lyvan's energy, and the man himself straight into a deadly trap. Lyvan stumbles forward, totally off balance. Seeing his opening, the knight actually starts to celebrate his victory. He's certain it's over. Without a center of gravity, there is no way Lyvan can block this strike. This is the moment. The knight lunges for the kill, but his blade only slices through empty air. Confused, the knight spins around and sees something that makes his blood turn to ice. Absolute terror. Lyvan didn't just dodge. He moved so fast the man's eyes couldn't even register what happened. Standing right behind him, Lyvan just watches. This warrior is honestly just pathetic to look at. It wasn't that Lyvan was fast. The knight was just too slow. Lyvan ignites his aura, blade glowing bright. That soldier of Earl Heman realizes he's a dead man. He tries to run, but he's too late. Lyvan activates the first form of his secret technique. It's over. Prepare for the cutting wave. He slams his sword down, unleashing a massive, ground-shaking surge of pure, raw energy. All the knight sees is a blinding light before the wave incinerates him. Absolute destruction in a flash. The scale of the blast is insane. Even Sir Patrick and Lady Rowena can see it from miles away. Everyone on the battlefield stops. Witnessing the carnage, Lyvan just sighs and spits on the dirt in disgust. Behind him lies a path of pure devastation carved into the earth for several yards. Total overkill. Cheap tricks, Lyvan mutters, looking at the remains. How could a knight rely on such garbage? He raises his sword high, announcing his name and the fall of the enemy general for all to hear. Total disbelief. The Earl's army realizes their strongest champion was just erased from existence. Despair sets in. They look for Earl Heman, but the coward has already fled. He's left his own men to rot. One soldier just drops his sword. His buddy asks what he's doing. "Saving my skin," he replies. Others realize he's right. Just like that, the entire Heman army surrenders to House McLean. Rickard, Lyvan's subordinate, starts screaming with joy. "Praise the master, praise House McLean." He's losing it. The man is actually crying. Overwhelmed by the fact they're still alive, he keeps repeating the same phrase. Soon, the entire McLean army is echoing the chant, celebrating a victory no one thought was possible. The battle is won. But as night falls, a single horse gallops desperately through the dark forest. It's Earl Heman. He's riding for his life, wondering where his 3-year plan went so horribly wrong. He had the nobles, he had 100 knights, he had everything, or so he thought. He blames that cursed redhead, 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. Those new weapons and that cavalry ruined every single thing. Just thinking about 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 face makes him furious, but his only move now is to hide and survive. Finally, the massive fortress walls of his own territory appear. He's almost safe, almost home. He falls off his horse in a panic, stumbling toward the gate like a man possessed. "Open up, your lord is back," he screams, but then one of his guards spots something. On the horizon, a cloud of dust is rising. Something is coming for them, and it's fast. It's 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 cavalry. Heman freezes. He didn't just lose, he's being hunted. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 dismounts with a cold smirk. "Running already, Earl. You're surprisingly quick on your feet." The mercenary cavalry surrounds the walls. 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 looks up at the guards, his voice booming. "Heman is defeated," he declares. "Open these gates and welcome the true victor of this war." The archers hesitate, but their commander won't back down. "Words alone won't open these gates, boy." Fine, 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 draws his sword, his power beginning to hum through the air. A choice was made. The spearmen watch him, confused. What can one kid do against a fortress? They're about to find out. Then, in a literal heartbeat, 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 vanishes. He's already gone. The sentry at the main gate didn't even realize what was happening until he looked up and saw something truly impossible. It was absolutely wild. Sir Alaric was literally parkouring between the stone walls, scaling the iron fortress in seconds. Once he reached the top, the young knight slammed his blade against the Lord General's throat, barking an order to open those gates immediately unless the man wanted a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Meanwhile, inside Lord Malvin's sprawling manor, every single door stood wide open as an eerie, suffocating silence took over the entire estate. Malvin's head butler stood there in total shock, just watching his master descend into a frantic, desperate state of pure panic. The lord was losing it, rummaging through heavy treasure chests like a madman, his hands shaking as he tossed everything aside. He was completely terrified, thinking he could at least grab enough gold coins to survive a life in exile somewhere far away from here. But then a voice. Alaric stepped out of the shadows, coldly declaring that he had finally tracked down his prey. Malvin spun around, his face pale, stammering about how the boy could have possibly bypassed his entire security detail. Alaric didn't even blink. He explained that Malvin's own servants had sold him out before he even had to draw his sword. With a look of pure intimidation, Alaric noted that this betrayal really said everything anyone needed to know about Malvin's pathetic reputation as a lord. The lord stayed frozen in fear, and the butler, seeing the writing on the wall, hightailed it out of there before things got bloody. That was the breaking point. Malvin exploded in a useless rage, screaming about how his staff dared to betray their master, while Alaric slowly began closing the distance. The cowardly lord started begging, offering to surrender and pay whatever massive reparations Alaric wanted if he just let him live. He tried to play the nobility card, citing the ancient conventions of feudal warfare that say a surrendering lord's life must be spared. But Alaric, he just let out a dark, mocking laugh and kept walking toward the terrified man, his eyes full of cold steel. Alaric told him flat out that he had no right to talk about tradition or honor after he declared an unprovoked war, and then surrendered in less than 24 hours. He looked down at the trembling, desperate lord and asked one simple question: "Do you even have a conscience, Malvin?" As a final, pathetic resort, Malvin cried out that Alaric had to uphold the honor of his house, claiming that prisoners of noble blood are always spared by custom. To everyone's surprise, Alaric actually nodded, saying he would indeed respect the honor and the ancient traditions of his family by sparing the man's life. He even told Malvin he'd give him time to pack some of his wealth before leaving the kingdom forever. The lord breathed a massive sigh of relief, thanking him profusely, but Alaric's expression didn't change. "You should only be thanking me if I were my father," he muttered. He explained that Lord Valerius was a man of such extreme honor that he actually would have accepted this pathetic surrender without any conditions. Alaric reached for his sword, but then his eyes caught something, a stunning, master-crafted crystal dagger sitting right there in the open treasure chest. He picked up the beautiful weapon, turning it over in the light and admiring the lethal craftsmanship of the blade. Malvin, thinking he could buy even more favor, pleaded with Alaric to take it, bragging that it was forged by one of the greatest artisans in the world. Alaric thanked him for the info but politely declined the gift. Then, things took a dark turn. Alaric suggested it would be much better if the Lord took the weapon with him, flashing a smile that looked gentle but felt like ice. Then bam! With calculated cruelty, Alaric plunged the crystal dagger straight into the enemy's chest. Malvin let out a choked groan of agony, wheezing that Alaric promised to spare him, but the boy just looked at him with dead eyes. As he twisted the blade deeper, Alaric whispered that he would have spared him if he were Valerius. "But here's the thing," he said coldly, "I am not my father." Alaric silenced the man's dying mumbles about noble honor, asking if Malvin had any idea how many innocent people had died just to feed his pathetic greed. With a terrifying expression we've never seen before, Alaric demanded that the man end his wretched existence right then and there. It was over. He finished off his opponent with brutal efficiency, leaving the greedy lord with absolutely zero chance to fight back. Alaric stood over the lifeless body, thinking to himself that at least the man died quickly without a long, drawn-out struggle. He stared at the crimson stains on his hands for a long moment, reflecting on what he had just done. Finally, he clenched his fist over his heart and felt a massive wave of relief. The crisis that threatened his home was finally over. He stood up, knowing he still had to clean up the mess and finalize the details of this victory. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to shout so the entire manor could hear his lie. "Lord Malvin has taken his own life in shame." Suddenly, Sir Gareth burst into the room looking urgent. Alaric asked what was wrong, and Gareth told him he needed to see the castle's underground prison immediately. Alaric agreed, following his knight down into the dark, damp depths of the fortress dungeon. Whatever nightmare they found in those cells wasn't shown, and the scene jumped forward to a few days later back at the main castle. Lord Valerius, having finally recovered from his injuries, looked his son straight in the eye and asked what really happened during the siege. He questioned Alaric directly, asking if a man as arrogant as Malvin would truly take his own life. Alaric stuck to the script, lying to his father's face and claiming the pressure must have simply driven the man to despair. But the plan hit a massive wall when Valerius kept staring him down, waiting for his son to admit that he was the one who actually ended Malvin's life. 𝒂𝒅 sighed, finally coming clean. He'd killed his opponent on purpose. Cold, calculated, and he'd do it again. He couldn't let the Thorn bloodline survive, not if he wanted to stop a future nightmare before it even started. His father went silent, then a nod. "It's fine," Lord Alaric said. He trusted his son's judgment completely. 𝒂𝒅 looked at his father, stunned. The man had truly changed. He felt like a completely different person now. The Lord told his son the truth. No matter what the critics said, 𝒂𝒅 was the hero of that battle. Alaric whispered his thanks, eyes full of pride. 𝒂𝒅 could only offer a soft, genuine smile in return. Suddenly, the head of House Stirling turned to his son. He was making it official. 𝒂𝒅 would be the heir. It was a massive honor. Alaric insisted, after his performance on the field, he'd more than earned the title. But right as he was about to accept, 𝒂𝒅 stopped. He apologized and turned the entire offer down. His father's face twisted in irritation. "Are you serious? You're actually rejecting the seat of House Stirling." Alaric wondered if it was about his old reputation. "Your deeds today," he said, "have wiped that slate clean." But 𝒂𝒅 shook his head. It wasn't that. For a family of knights, someone else was just better suited. He pointed to Roland. His younger brother was a natural-born aura user and the perfect fit for a lord. Roland had tapped into his power at just 14. That was 5 years younger than 𝒂𝒅 had ever been. Who knew what kind of legends the kid would carve out by the time he reached his prime? Alaric countered. Martial skill is great, sure, but it doesn't automatically make someone a fit leader. 𝒂𝒅 knew that was the common logic of this era, but he had a secret advantage: the future. In his past life, Roland became the youngest aura master on the continent. The kid was a total prodigy. Plus, 𝒂𝒅 had no interest in paperwork. Why waste time being a baron when he could be training? He told his father that, as the older brother, he wanted to give Roland a fair shot at the title. Wait 5 years, 𝒂𝒅 requested. Decide the successor once Roland officially becomes a man. Alaric let out a heavy sigh. He never realized 𝒂𝒅 cared so much for his brother's future. The Lord agreed. He'd delay the decision for 5 years. 5 years for Roland to prove his worth. But rewards were still in order. They needed to head home and settle the final matters of the war. 𝒂𝒅 flashed a cheeky grin. Could he pick his own reward? He already had something special in mind. Soon the Sterling Knights arrived in the capital. The streets were packed. The crowd, absolutely wild. People couldn't believe it. A war that should have lasted months ended in just 1 week. I heard the actual fighting only took a single day, one man shouted. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. How was that even possible? Were the kingdom's knights always this terrifyingly strong? Then the rumors started flying. The victory, it was all thanks to the eldest son, young Master 𝒂𝒅. Word was, his mercenaries single-handedly turned the tide. They were like a force of nature on the field. Some talked about mysterious weapons, and how 𝒂𝒅 himself had crushed a high-ranking enemy knight alone. A young girl nearby gasped. Is the young master really as incredible as everyone says he is? Suddenly, all those weird things he did in the past, like buying monsters, finally started to make sense. The locals looked toward 𝒂𝒅 with pure awe. A true prodigy, they whispered. He's on another level. Our hero heard everything, and honestly, he felt extremely uncomfortable. It was, well, embarrassing. Roland noticed. He leaned in, asking how it felt to finally have the entire city chanting his name. I'm literally blushing, 𝒂𝒅 admitted. Roland just laughed, telling him he should at least try to smile. 𝒂𝒅 hesitated. Would a smile make things better? But seeing the pride in their eyes, he couldn't help it. He tried. He really did. But what came out was a completely awkward grin and a stiff thumbs up. Silence the people who were just cheering. They looked visibly traumatized, shocked even. What was that? Roland hissed. You didn't smile, you just scared the living daylights out of everyone. Lord Alaric saw the whole thing and chuckled. Behold, he shouted, the great champion of our kingdom. That did it. The crowd erupted, chanting 𝒂𝒅's name until the very walls of the city shook. Later, back at the Sterling Castle, the noise finally faded. 𝒂𝒅 sighed. That welcome ceremony was way too long. Julian's endurance was legendary after the war, but a sudden voice cut through his thoughts, asking what his true plan was. It was Lady Margaret, his own mother, standing right behind him. She'd heard the rumors about him stepping down as the family heir. Unlike the rest of the noble house, she didn't believe him for a second. She demanded to know what he was actually plotting. Rowan stepped in, trying to apologize for their mother's hostility, explaining that the recent conflict with House Blackwood had left her on edge. But Julian just waved it off. He looked at Margaret and realized that despite their messy past, she was completely powerless now. Her allies in the Blackwood family had stabbed her in the back, leaving her with nothing. She wasn't a threat anymore, just broken. This was his chance. If he played his cards right, he could finally offer a sincere apology and fix their fractured family. Julian looked them in the eye and admitted it. Over the last few months, he hadn't exactly been the most reliable man. He confessed that all his past mistakes were fueled by nothing but petty jealousy and a deep, bitter sense of inferiority. Margaret smirked, telling her son she was right all along, thinking she'd finally forced him to admit everything was his fault. Rowan tried to diffuse the tension again, but Julian stopped him. Just listen, Rowan. You're the one who truly deserves an apology. Rowan was totally lost. He had no idea what his brother was talking about. Then, Julian finally laid it all out. He'd been trying to make amends since he returned, but he never explained why. Overcoming years of being a coward, not easy. That's why it took him so long to finally say the words. Julian took a breath, being more honest than ever before. He looked at Rowan and dropped a truth bomb. For the past few years, he had genuinely hated his own brother. Rowan looked like the ground had just vanished beneath his feet. Total, absolute shock. Silence filled the room. Even Margaret was speechless. But Julian wasn't done yet. He had to finish this confession. He admitted he used that hate to hide his own failures. But now, he regretted those pathetic years more than anything. He swallowed his pride and did something no one expected. He looked his brother in the face and said, "I'm sorry." For a long moment, Rowan just stood there, silent. His eyes held a flicker of something. Was it disdain? Julian felt his heart sink. One good deed doesn't erase a lifetime of bad ones. He realized how incredibly naive he'd been. But then, Rowan's expression changed. A soft light returned to his eyes as he told Julian it was all right. Rowan explained he'd always kept the faith. He believed that if he stayed kind, the brother he once knew would eventually return. He gave a small, gentle smile. Julian felt like an idiot for waiting so long to do something so incredibly simple. He turned back to Margaret and made it clear. He truly cared for Rowan and wanted him to lead the family. He didn't ask for her trust right away. He knew he had to earn that. He just asked her to keep watching him. "Just observe what I do from now on," he said. He was going to prove his sincerity through his actions, not words. Margaret looked genuinely touched, though she stayed quiet. As the moonlight hit the floor, Julian knew this was a good start. The next morning, Julian was already on the move. He was heading into the great forest with his personal blacksmith, Grom. The dwarf was grumbling, asking where they were going so soon after the war. Julian just laughed and told him he'd rested enough. Grom was curious. He wanted to see how Julian was going to push him to his limits this time around. Julian just gave him a cryptic grin. "Don't worry, Grom. You're going to love this new project, I promise." Grom wasn't so sure about that. He figured his master had a very twisted definition of what he actually liked. They finally reached their destination. Julian pointed at the massive peak and declared they were going to develop this mountain. Grom stared at the giant rock, impressed but confused. We then flash back to Julian speaking with his father, Lord 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅. Julian had made a weird request. He wanted the rights to develop a specific mountain near the border of House Blackwood. 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 was baffled. That place was a wasteland, desolate, empty. Why on earth would his son want that garbage land? Julian just shrugged it off, claiming he had a feeling there might be some hidden minerals buried deep inside the rock. But here's the real secret. In the original timeline, House Blackwood discovered a massive gold vein there a year later. That gold mine made them the most influential house in the kingdom, until Rowan eventually slaughtered them all in a revenge raid. Julian wasn't going to let that happen this time. He was taking the gold first. Meanwhile, Vane was scouting the Blackwood prison. The mercenary led Julian through the dark, damp cells of the enemy fortress. He'd found something very strange indeed. "You need to see this, boss," Vane whispered. They stopped in front of a heavily guarded cell in the underground level. Julian looked inside and his eyes widened. There was an old man in chains, looking absolutely ancient and completely miserable. The prisoner started screaming at them, claiming they were innocent and hadn't done anything wrong. Julian knew this was big. They'd done exactly what the contract said, brought the gold. But the cruel Viscount Hastings, he threw them in the dungeons anyway. 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 was fuming. Seriously, he couldn't believe Hastings was stupid enough to lock up 5 master specialists from such a rich mine. Experts rotting in a cell, but looking at them, 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 had a dark, unsettling grin. To him, this was pure, unexpected profit. The old man was shaking, terrified. He had no clue what this young lord was planning, and honestly, that was the scariest part. 𝑭𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 looked back on their victory. Sure, they beat House Hastings, but that was just the warm-up. The real nightmare was coming. The Empire. Their invasion would turn the whole kingdom to ash. If they didn't prepare now, everything they loved would collapse. 1 year, that's all the time left before the end begins. It all starts with one event, the death of the king. King Edward's sudden passing will tear the realm apart. 3 princes, 1 throne, and a 3-year civil war that bleeds the country dry. By the time the brothers are done fighting, the kingdom will be a hollow shell, perfect timing for the Empire to strike. 𝒂𝒅 knew this was how the world ended last time. Now, he's the only one who sees the cliff they're about to drive over. House 𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 is small, neutral. If they stay on the sidelines, they'll just be spectators at their own funeral. But 𝒂𝒂𝒅, he sees a chance, a golden opportunity. He's going to use the coming chaos to take back their ancestral lands. He'll become the Lord of the South again, and if he can, he's going to stop that damn civil war before it even starts. My lord, Barnaby's voice snapped him back to the present. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 blinked, realizing he'd been staring into space for way too long. Next to the dwarf stood the bedraggled people they just rescued from the Viscount's dungeon. They looked like they'd seen ghosts. Power, he needs it, and he needs it fast. But moving too quickly makes you look like a madman or a traitor. The solution: cold, hard cash. If he wants to build an army in secret, he's going to have to fund the whole thing himself. He looked at the mountain looming over them. To everyone else, it was rocks. To 𝒂𝒂𝒅, it was a literal pile of gold. There's a fortune in that peak, he announced, and we're going to dig every last ounce of it out. He asked for a quote, and the silence was deafening. Barnaby just sighed. Another one of his master's brilliant delusions. The lead specialist spoke up. He'd worked for Hastings because the pay was good, but this was suicide. Are you certain, my lord? He asked, trembling. Gold in these hills, it's unheard of. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 didn't even blink. Positive. The old man was baffled. How could he possibly know? 𝒂𝒂𝒅's answer was short and terrifying. I've seen it. Seen it? The old man thought 𝒂𝒂𝒅 had finally lost his mind. He sounded like a complete lunatic. Keep it quiet, 𝒂𝒂𝒅 added. Only the 6 of us. This is a top-secret operation. The specialist nearly had a heart attack. 6 people. To excavate a mountain. He looked at Barnaby, praying for some common sense. But Barnaby knew better. He just looked the old man in the eye. No help coming from this direction. Do the job or die, the dwarf grunted. Forget sleep. Forget your old life. You work for Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒅 now. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 hid a smirk. He loved Barnaby's work ethic. He turned back to the specialist. So, how much? The old man swallowed hard. To even start drilling and find the veins, they'd need 5 million gold coins up front. It wasn't just the money. Barnaby added that setting up a safe mine would take at least 6 months of preparation. 6 months and a fortune. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 frowned. It was a massive investment, but without that gold, his plans were dead in the water. He needed a shortcut, a way to make money now, if he could just sell the monster meat from the recent hunts. But there was a catch. The meat was toxic. The curing process wouldn't be ready for another half a year. He was stuck, unless... Wait, a memory from his past life as a mercenary flashed through his mind. He didn't need to wait. By leveraging the meat's toxic properties, he could turn it into medicine right away. He'd used neutralizing agents 1,000 times as a mercenary. I can make them myself, he whispered. If this worked, it would change everything. Fast forward 1 week to the southern village of the 𝒂𝒂𝒅 estate. It's done, Richard shouted, pointing to a row of bubbling barrels. The, special medicine is ready, my lord. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 inspected the mixture. It's a neutralizing agent, Richard. Stop making it sound like I'm brewing illegal moonshine. He checked on the supply. The village warehouse was packed to the rafters with monster meat, exactly as he'd ordered. It was perfect. The first step of his master plan was falling into place. He turned to his steward, Dwayne. Dwayne was exhausted, huffing and puffing, but he stepped forward anyway. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 reached out a hand. The steward knelt, his eyes filling with tears of loyalty. He bowed low, truly believing in his young master's vision. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 stood tall, looking out over his lands with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Richard just stood there, looking completely lost. Lord Alaric handed Duncan the small chest with a smirk. The first trial was a massive success, and the results were undeniable. His men bowed low in respect as Alaric continued his secret research behind closed doors. Word was getting out that Sir Harrison had been bickering with his wives every single day lately. Flustered, the knight demanded to know who was spreading such ridiculous gossip. But before Harrison could even blink, Alaric made his move. He shoved a mysterious pill right into the knight's mouth. Seconds after swallowing, Harrison felt like his entire body was turning into a literal furnace. Alaric laughed, urging him to hurry home to his wife immediately. "I've got business with the Duke," he added, leaving the knight trembling. All Harrison could do was stammer out his thanks. He rushed off to fulfill his mission, with more energy than he had felt in years. The final test was with his own father, Duke Percival. Despite the awkwardness, the old man admitted the tonic was dangerously effective. Walking through the manor corridors, Alaric silently apologized to his brother Roland. It looked like they might be welcoming a new sibling very soon. Suddenly, Richard intercepted him. He was genuinely annoyed that he hadn't been chosen as a test subject after all his grueling hard work. "I did all the heavy lifting, my lord. Where's my sample?" he complained. Alaric just stared at him in dead silence for a long moment. Without saying a single word, Alaric turned and walked away. Richard stood there, completely baffled by the cold shoulder. "It's not like you actually have anyone to use it with anyway," Alaric called back. Richard was absolutely livid at the roast. "What's that supposed to mean?" he shouted. Alaric just waved him off, telling him to stay back because he smelled like a stable. Later, a voice echoed through a glowing crystal ball. They agreed that if this remedy was as potent as claimed, the demand would be sky-high. But they needed to talk business, specifically the price. That's when Alaric revealed himself as the mastermind behind the deal. 100 gold pieces per pill, Alaric stated firmly, or 1,000 for the full premium kit. Silas, the merchant on the other end, hesitated. He warned that the snobbish nobles in the capital wouldn't buy such a product so easily. Alaric knew it would be a tough sell, but he was confident. In his past life, this stuff had been an absolute gold mine. "We release it in limited batches," Alaric explained. "Scarcity will drive the price even higher." Silas had to admit the plan was genius. Our hero added one more condition. They needed a celebrity endorsement. A big name would make sales explode overnight. Silas scoffed. No proud lord would ever publicly admit they needed a pill for their bedroom struggles. Alaric just smirked. It didn't need to be a public announcement. Rumors travel faster than truth in the royal courts. Spies are everywhere, and a whispered secret is enough. Silas then suggested Alaric attend a grand gala in the capital. Alaric was caught off guard. Why would a warrior like him waste time at a fancy party? He had no reason to go. The only party he'd ever known was drinking with mercenaries after a bloody siege. His noble family had always been too broke for balls. Silas insisted that these galas were vital for networking. Business takes time, and you can't just hawk pills on the dance floor. But Alaric totally missed the point. He figured the party was the perfect place to start selling directly to the lords. Silas nearly panicked, explaining that peddling stamina pills at a high society event would get them exiled from the kingdom. Alaric went quiet, then a devious idea struck. He told Silas he'd provide a secret informant within the city walls to handle the gossip. Silas was lost, but Alaric ended the call. He was heading to the capital of Grandin immediately to handle things personally. Though deeply uneasy, the merchant felt a chill. He knew whenever Alaric had that look in his eyes, chaos followed. 1 week later, a lone rider pulled his horse to a halt. "Finally," he muttered, gazing at the massive city gates of the capital. Alaric had officially reached Grandin. Silas was already there, waiting to welcome his unconventional master to the city. The merchant was dying to know how Alaric convinced his father to let him come here to sell love potions. Alaric laughed. He'd obviously lied about his real goals. His recent heroics in the war gave him plenty of leverage with his father. Still, hauling 3,000 crates of tonic without a single servant had been a massive pain in the neck. He reflected on how surprisingly easy it was to get the Duke's blessing. His father had softened up more than expected. Silas reminded him that he'd always been a bit of a loner. But was it really proper for a high noble to travel without an escort? Alaric shrugged. Servants just slow you down and talk too much. Besides, Richard was buried in his own duties back home. He'd given his loyal knight a monumental task to handle. The poor guy already had enough on his plate as it was. Thinking of his friend, Alaric's mind drifted to the past. In every timeline, Richard had been his shadow and his most trusted blade. No matter how bad things got, Richard never flinched. He was the one constant in Alaric's chaotic life. He'd never say it out loud, but Alaric felt a massive debt of gratitude toward his loyal subordinate. Snapping back to the present, Alaric looked Silas in the eye. It was time to make their move and conquer the capital. Turning back to Philip, Logan declares that the decision is made. It's time for an all-or-nothing business venture. Arthur looked over the results of Richard's grueling work on their new product. It was a specialized pill designed for, let's just say, gentlemanly performance issues. Arthur could already see the potential. Percival couldn't believe his ears. He actually muttered that Arthur was a total lunatic right then and there. But the conversation didn't stop. They had a business to build. After their long trek, Percival suggested they unwind at a local tavern, but Arthur shut that down immediately. Not a chance. He knew better than to relax just yet. You can't discuss sensitive secrets in a public place with spies everywhere. Percival took the hint and switched gears, getting straight to the intel Arthur had asked for. He'd already met with the underground informant to gather the specific data. But he had to ask, was Arthur really okay with the price tag? We're talking 900 gold coins for every single document. That's a literal fortune. But Arthur didn't flinch. He knew exactly what he was buying. High price, high skill. That's how the world works. As long as Percival followed the instructions perfectly, the information would be worth every single coin. And Percival delivered. He followed the plan to the letter. The first request, a list of high-ranking nobles married for 10 years with 0 children to their name. The second request was even more specific. He needed the names of nobles who hadn't taken a single mistress or second wife. In Kingsland, that's a very short list. Finally, the third list. He wanted the names of every noble who was constantly buying foods known to boost. Well, stamina. You can see where this is going. Arthur just nodded. Perfect. Percival hadn't just finished the job, he'd absolutely crushed every task Arthur had thrown at him so far. But Percival remained humble. He said the research was the easy part. The real nightmare was when he heard about the war. That was a close call. The relief he felt when the battle ended was massive. Percival even joked that if Arthur had died, he'd be stuck dealing with mountains of monster meat alone. Arthur just rolled his eyes and tossed a piece of paper right at Percival's face. "Read it," he said. "Which one of these guys is our first client?" Percival scanned the list, analyzing every single option with a sharp eye. Finally, he pointed to one specific name. This was the best choice, no contest. Arthur leaned in and smirked. He recognized that name instantly. Cut to a glittering ballroom in the heart of the capital. The room was packed with nobles celebrating in style. Right in the middle was a blonde nobleman, Lord Frederick Harrington, absolutely surrounded by ladies. Arthur walked right in, cool as ice. He didn't hesitate for a second. He called out directly to the man, "Lord Harrington." The Count looked confused. Who was this kid? Arthur didn't miss a beat, introducing himself as the eldest son of House Stirling from the Southern Duchy. Harrington looked at Arthur's outfit and struggled to hold back a laugh. In his head, he thought Arthur looked incredibly tacky, a total country bumpkin. Arthur didn't care about the fashion police. He'd only worn what Percival recommended to fit in. He wasn't here for friends, he was here for a target. And Lord Harrington was the bullseye. He was a major player in the royal treasury, but despite 20 years of marriage, he had no heir. Not one. Arthur remembered him from his past life, and it wasn't a pretty story. Harrington had actually become infamous for a tragic end by his own hand. It all started at a party just like this, a massive public argument with his wife, and then she dropped a bombshell that destroyed his life. She screamed it for everyone to hear. Harrington was impotent. The humiliation was so absolute, it drove him to the brink and eventually to his death. For a man like Harrington, reputation was more important than life itself. That's exactly why he was the perfect first client for Arthur's new venture. Arthur snapped back to the present. He told the Count he was in Kingsland for business and just had to pay his respects to such an influential man. Harrington was arrogant as ever. He claimed Kingsland had everything, but conceded that maybe the outskirts had something unique or fascinating. Arthur just smiled. He was confident his product wasn't in the capital yet, and that's exactly why he was bringing it to market. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. He told Harrington he had a specialized remedy, a performance enhancer for men. Harrington's reaction was explosive. He shouted it out for the entire room to hear. He couldn't believe a noble's son was peddling stamina pills in public. The women in the room looked embarrassed, throwing judging glares at Arthur. Harrington thought he'd just won by humiliating the backwoods noble. But Arthur, he just sighed. He'd seen this coming. Undeterred, he stepped toward Harrington again, offering the pill as a simple gift to a man of his stature. Logan snaps back to the present. He informs the Count that he's only in the capital for business, but he heard Davis would be at the party. He wanted to offer a greeting. Fallon responds smugly, saying the capital already has everything anyone could ever need. But then he adds a jab, saying that since Logan is from the outskirts, maybe he brought some fascinating little country products. Logan just nods. The Count is right. These products definitely aren't available in the capital yet, which is exactly why he's here. He's bringing them to the market to shake things up. As Logan moves closer to his target, the vibe changes. He leans in and whispers to Davis. He says he has a specialized remedy specifically for men. Getting even closer, Logan discreetly spills the beans. He's selling a high-end stimulant for adult activities. Fallon loses it. He's outraged. He shouts it out loud so the entire room can hear. He can't believe a noble's son is peddling performance boosters. The women in the room turn away, embarrassed and judgmental. The whispers start instantly. Logan is the target of every mocking glare. Meanwhile, Fallon is patting himself on the back. He thinks this backwoods noble is a total idiot who just humiliated himself. But Logan, he just sighs. He expected this, and he's not backing down one bit. Alaric approached the legendary Sir Gareth, offering a rare treasure as a gesture of respect toward the influential house. "Just take it," he said, sliding a small box across the table. It was the King's Vigor, a miracle tonic priced at a cool 100 gold a pop. Our boy 𝒂𝒅 explained he'd brought 3 as a personal gift for Earl Sterling, swearing it was the real deal with 0 side effects. The Earl, intrigued. I mean, who wouldn't be? He couldn't resist the temptation of a quick fix. Fast forward a few days, the shop bell jingles. A butler with snow-white hair walks in, sent by his master to snag more of that vigor tonic. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 was loving it. Earl Sterling was officially his first regular. He introduced himself to the messenger, playing it cool while the coins changed hands. Sale closed. Arthur, 𝒂𝒂𝒅's right-hand man, thanked the guy as they headed out. Then he turned back inside, grinning ear to ear. 10 boxes sold. That's 10,000 gold. Arthur thought they were rolling in it, but 𝒂𝒂𝒅 wasn't impressed yet. "Not enough," he muttered. Turns out, the rent for this tiny shop in the capital was 10,000 gold alone. Talk about a ripoff. Arthur argued the storefront was worth it. The crowd forming outside was the best marketing money could buy. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 agreed, but he had bigger fish to fry. "Off to another gala," 𝒂𝒂𝒅 announced. Julian, his other subordinate, was getting annoyed. The boss had been partying every single night since they arrived. But 𝒂𝒂𝒅 had a plan. One earl wasn't going to build an empire. He needed the whole list of nobles talking. With a smirk, He told them he needed to spread the word to every high roller in the city. The hype train was just leaving the station. 1 week later, the same butler from before was back. The old man was stunned. Nothing had ever worked for the Earl until this stuff. He couldn't believe it. The Earl was actually demanding more. But as he reached the shop, he froze. There was a line, a massive line, just waiting for the doors to swing open. The butler was totally baffled by the crowd. Why were so many people here? Then he looked closer and realized he recognized half the people in line. The chamberlain from the House of Devon, the head servant of Earl Blackwood. Everyone was trying to hide, terrified of the rumors this scene would start. He tried to rush in, but Arthur stepped out and dropped a bombshell. "Sorry, everyone, we're completely out of stock for today." Silence then, pure chaos. The customers were in shock. "What do you mean, no stock?" they shouted in a panic. Arthur played it perfectly. "𝑨𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 is just too popular," he explained. "Small-scale production only, we simply can't keep up." Despite the shortage, the servants started begging. They knew their masters would be absolutely furious if they returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, an old duke passing by saw the commotion. He was curious. "Go see what the hell is happening over there," he ordered his subordinate. Watching from a hidden window, 𝒂𝒅 smirked. This was the plan. High demand, low supply, it's the oldest trick in the book. Seeing the crowds would drive the rest of the nobility crazy with curiosity. FOMO is a powerful thing, guys. Out front, Arthur stayed firm. "Sold out, come back tomorrow," he yelled over the shouting crowd. Same thing happened the next day, and the day after that. Every single morning, the buzz just kept building. Noble vassals were practically fighting each other to get their hands on the requested medicine for their masters. Inside the shop, Arthur was losing his mind. "𝒂𝒅, this is insane. We're selling out in minutes." He was busy organizing the piles of gold. 𝒂𝒅 just laughed. "Who knew there were so many tired noblemen in this kingdom?" he joked. Get this, they had already tripled the price since day one, and people were still throwing extra gold at them to jump the line. Arthur looked at his master with pure pride. 𝒂𝒅 just gave him a mischievous, red-headed grin. Suddenly, a massive cheer erupted from the back of the shop. Julian was doing a happy dance, and the whole street could probably hear him. 𝒂𝒅 patted him on the shoulder. "Good job, Julian. Starting next month, you're getting 1% of the total sales profit." Julian froze. Then he started screaming in pure excitement. "𝒂𝒅, you're the greatest. I'll do anything you want." He was totally overwhelmed with happiness. But outside, a mysterious man in a blonde hood was quietly watching the establishment. Back in the private room, 𝒂𝒅's jaw dropped. "Wait, we're on track to make at least 10 tons of gold a year." He realized he shouted too loud and clamped a hand over his mouth. He was mid-call on a magic transmission. "Are you for real?" he whispered. On the other end, Barnaby the dwarf confirmed the news from the mines. The miners found a massive vein. We're talking gold nuggets buried deep in a hidden stratum. Pure, unrefined wealth. 𝒂𝒅 did the math. Even a rough guess put that at 100 million gold coins. His heart was racing. Barnaby pointed out the catch, though. Mining that deep isn't cheap. "Boss, do you even have the funds to cover an operation this big?" 𝒂𝒅 didn't even hesitate. "I've got it," he said, looking at his mountain of shop profits. "I've got every penny." He told the dwarf to wait. He was going to gather every coin, and every worker needed to strip that mine bare. Barnaby just sighed into the transmission. "I wish my master would take it easy on me for once," he muttered. Later that night, as 𝒂𝒅 walked through the city, he couldn't stop smiling. The empire was finally coming together. 𝒂𝒅 crunched the numbers in his head. 5 million sovereigns, that was the steep price tag to get the new mine operational. But if the vitality essence kept flying off the shelves at this rate, he'd hit 4 million a month. He'd have the gold in just 8 weeks. He already had crates of the essence stockpiled at home. Once he sent for more supplies, he could launch the mining project and the shop simultaneously. But as 𝒂𝒅 approached his storefront, his gut twisted. Something was wrong. A shadow was looming right in front of the entrance. His blood ran cold. A thief. He didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward the shop, heart hammering against his ribs in pure fury. He burst inside, eyes scanning every corner. Nothing. The shop felt chillingly empty, leaving 𝒂𝒅 standing there, totally baffled. There was only one door. No windows were open. If someone had come in, there was no way out, meaning the intruder was still lurking in the dark. Then a presence. Someone was right behind him. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 spun around, every nerve ending on high alert as he sensed the threat. He lashed out with a strike, his blade whistling through the air. "Who are you?" he barked, demanding the shadow reveal itself. But his sword met only empty air. The figure was gone, flickered out of existence just as his strike landed. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 was genuinely rattled. Suddenly, a massive weight crushed his shoulders. Aura. Pure, overwhelming pressure that nearly brought him to his knees in shock. He looked up. There, a hooded figure standing on the roof like a ghost. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 didn't waste a second. He leaped toward the tiles. He lunged forward, sword aimed straight for the heart of the intruder. He was going to end this right here, right now. Or so he thought. The hooded figure moved like water, dodging the attack with terrifying ease while watching him with a silent, piercing gaze. "Give me a name," 𝒂𝒂𝒅 shouted, desperate for answers. But the figure stayed silent. Then, in a literal blink, they vanished into thin air. Gone, not a trace, not a sound left behind. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 stood alone in the cold night, fear finally starting to seep into his bones. He was certain someone had been standing right there. Then he looked down at his hand. Something new was there. Something he hadn't noticed before. The next morning, Arthur was skeptical. "A thief using aura?" he asked. "In a shop like this? Master, are you sure about that?" 𝒂𝒂𝒅 sighed. He was speculating, sure, but that intruder. They were at least an advanced force user, maybe even higher. Actually, forget advanced. That person was on a completely different level, a league of power 𝒂𝒂𝒅 had rarely ever witnessed. Arthur couldn't wrap his head around it. Aura users were elite knights. Even a slave could become a noble with that power. Why stoop to petty theft? "So what did this legendary master actually take?" Arthur asked, leaning in. "Gold, ancient artifacts, royal jewels." 𝒂𝒂𝒅 pulled out a small box, looking equally confused. "That's the thing. This master thief only took 2 pills of vitality essence." Percival was stunned when he heard the news. If they didn't take the gold, it wasn't about the money. This was for personal use. Arthur's eyes widened. "Wait, do aura users actually have performance problems?" 𝒂𝒂𝒅 just froze. He hadn't even considered that possibility. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 scanned their lists. "Are there any high-ranking aura users we should know about in the capital?" he asked Percival. Percival shook his head. Information on the elite cost a fortune, and their informant was holding out for a much higher fee. But then a memory clicked. "Wait," Percival whispered. "There is one nobleman in the capital, a powerful man with absolutely no heirs." Cut to the bustling streets of 𝒂𝒑𝒅. A man stands perfectly still, his eyes fixed on 2 children running past him in the sun. He just watched them, silent and somber. Beside him, his wife noticed the long silence. "What are you looking at, my love?" He jumped, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "The view," he stammered. "I'm just enjoying the scenery of the city." His wife went quiet for a moment, a heavy, sad silence. "You're looking at the children again, aren't you?" she whispered softly. He tried to play it off, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, truly. You shouldn't dwell on such useless thoughts, my dear." But she broke. Tears started falling, and he pulled her into a tight, protective embrace. "Let's just go home," he murmured gently. She clung to his cloak, her voice trembling with emotion. "I'm just so happy I met you." He held her tighter. "Me too," he replied. This wasn't just any man. This was Sir Alaric of House Valerius, the kingdom's greatest swordsman, and he was carrying a heavy burden. His heart was filled with a deep, silent regret. It all started with a brutal, unjust injury from his days as a young, aspiring knight. He'd been struck in his most private area during a desperate battle. At the time, it was considered an honorable wound for a defender. He was just a young man then, defending the front lines. He didn't think much of it, but years later, it became his greatest tragedy. What good was being a duke? What good was being the strongest man in the nation if he had no child to inherit his legacy? He looked back on a memory of his wife, the way she gently held his hand, knowing the silent agony he lived with every single day. She told him she wanted to stand by his side forever, no matter the pain. Her love was absolute, even in their shared emptiness. Looking at her tears, Alaric felt a wave of guilt. He wanted to repay her, to give her the family she so desperately deserved. A vassal interrupted his thoughts. "The family council is meeting soon, my lord. We should move quickly if we're to be on time." Alaric took a breath, the mask of the great swordsman sliding back into place. "I know," he said quietly. "I'm coming." No point in rushing. All that waited for him was more pressure to produce an heir. At least, that was the word from the vassal speaking with extreme caution. Rumors were swirling. A highly effective remedy was circulating through the royal capital. Skeptical as ever, Lord Felix asked if any of it was actually true. Could it really cure any physical injury? Felix laughed it off, but his man explained that the talk was everywhere. People were swearing by its power. Deeply embarrassed, Felix kept his mouth shut. He had already tried it. In fact, he was the one who had secretly borrowed those pills the night before. He had watched his wife cry far too often. He did not see it as a crime. He was just trying to fix a broken situation, one way or another. But even after taking the medicine, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. Felix told Sir Louis to ignore the gossip. It was all just empty noise. The vassal bowed and apologized, but inside, Felix was drowning in sorrow. Just another false hope. Just another lie in a long line of them. He muttered to himself that it was impossible. If even the power of his own aura could not mend his body, no simple remedy could possibly work. With a heart full of grief, the legendary swordsman came to a final, bitter conclusion. It was time to simply give up. At the manor gates, the guard stood firm. He told young Logan that meeting the master of the house without a prior appointment was strictly forbidden. Logan did not blink. He simply asked the guard to go inside and tell Lord Felix's name. That was all it would take. With total confidence, Logan claimed that once the master heard his name, he would be practically begging for a meeting. A little earlier, Sir Claude had been panicking. Was Logan really going to confront a legendary master swordsman face to face? Claude argued that you do not just walk up to a titan of the kingdom and accuse him of being a common thief. It was suicide. He told Logan he was losing his mind. You do not poke a sleeping lion, especially not one that can cut a mountain in half with a flick of his wrist. Philip nodded in agreement. If this went south, they were all dead men. Better to just walk away and pretend they never saw a thing. Back in the present, Logan sat in the grand hall. Philip was right, this was dangerous. But it was an opportunity he absolutely could not afford to waste. Suddenly, the heavy doors groaned open. The butler appeared, welcoming Logan into the inner sanctum with a polite, stiff bow. This was it. He followed the butler through the sprawling mansion. There he was, Lord Felix, standing with his back turned, radiating an invisible, crushing pressure. This man was one of the most powerful individuals in the entire nation. If Logan played his cards right, this was a golden chance to form a massive connection. Logan bowed low, introducing himself as the eldest son of House McLan. He kept his voice steady, masking the nerves underneath. In his mind, Logan noted the rumors. The swordsman was nearly 100 years old. Yet, thanks to the power of his aura, he looked remarkably young. Felix paused. He recognized the name, House McLan, from the southern marches. What brought an eldest son all the way to the capital? Logan knew better than to mention the theft. Instead, he claimed he had started a business in the city and brought a special gift for the master. He pulled out a polished box. Inside was a remedy, a potent elixir for men, highly recommended by several high-ranking nobles in the capital. Felix played it cool, his expression unreadable. Logan watched him closely. Neutral, he could not tell if this was the man from the night before. Time to double down. Logan remarked that a common remedy was hardly necessary for someone like Felix. He had brought something far more specialized. At that, Felix's demeanor shifted. Logan saw the spark. The regular pills were meant to neutralize monster toxins, useless for a superhuman like Felix. But Logan had done something different. He had concentrated that very essence, creating a special edition specifically designed for a master of the sword. One single pill contained the concentrated power of 50 normal doses. Logan knew it worked. He had tested the potency himself. He offered the pill, suggesting that if the master was satisfied, they could discuss a private supply. But it had to stay strictly confidential. Felix took the box, his mind racing. He looked at the young noble with a new sense of curiosity. This was not just a gift, it was a lifeline. The following morning, Felix looked like a new man. He was beaming. He asked Logan what he wanted in return for such a miraculous gift. Internally, Logan was celebrating. Outwardly, pure innocence. He asked what the master meant, playing the part of the humble noble perfectly. Logan knew that aura users mastered both life and body energy. Felix had likely sensed the true, overwhelming potency of the remedy. Felix was doing the math. If this worked, 30 doses could potentially regenerate what he had lost years ago. His greatest regret, finally over. He looked at Logan with genuine respect. The boy had not breathed a word about the theft. He had shown incredible tact, and he had the skills to match. Gareth could have all he needed, but Alaric stressed one condition: this stays strictly confidential. Secret. Gareth took the chest. After a night of reflection, Gareth appeared with a rare, pleasant smile. He asked Alaric what his heart truly desired. "If it is in my power, it's yours," Gareth promised. Inside, Alaric was celebrating, but outwardly, he played it cool. He feigned innocence, knowing Gareth, a master of body energy, had already sensed the incredible potency of that secret remedy. Gareth was already doing the math. 30 doses could potentially regenerate his old injuries and finally erase his deepest regret. Looking at the young noble, Gareth realized the boy hadn't just overlooked his errors. He'd shown him incredible consideration. It was a brilliant, thoughtful gift, but Gareth also remembered the lethal swordsmanship he'd seen from the boy earlier. Suddenly, the room erupted in a blinding glow. Alaric was channeling his aura, fighting the crushing weight of the gravity sword. Leo's performance the other day was honestly insane for his age. A talent like that, truly worthy of a miracle. Sir Alistair let out a hearty laugh, clearly impressed. He told the boy that the gift he'd received was something special. That remedy offered hope for a pain he'd carried for years. To say thanks, the legendary knight wanted to reward him. With total confidence, Leo made his move. He didn't ask for gold, just a useless combat manual Alistair didn't need. Later in the library, Alistair found the book. He handed it over, telling the boy it was officially his to keep. The master knight warned him, training with just this book could actually break his body, though it was great for reference. Acting shy, Leo asked for a written certificate proving it was a personal gift. Alistair smiled and agreed to it. Behind that innocent look, Leo was thrilled. He'd played his cards perfectly and got exactly what he really wanted. Sure, getting one old book from a master seemed a bit disappointing, but Leo's true target lay somewhere else entirely. Suddenly, Alistair offered a personal lesson. He wanted to teach Leo some real sword techniques himself, right then and there. Leo was floored. Alistair figured the kid was just being modest, and a low-grade manual wasn't enough for a talent like him. Leo already held the secret of the divine blade, but turned down a lesson from the kingdom's finest. No way. Out on the grounds, Alistair smiled. Nurturing a young talent, it is one of the few joys of getting old, you know. But then, the mood shifted. Alistair drew his steel, warning Leo to stay sharp. He wasn't going to be a merciful teacher. Leo reached for his sword, bracing himself. Suddenly, a massive, heavy presence slammed into him. It felt like a physical weight. "Draw," the master commanded. Leo struggled to even stand. The crushing aura was pinning his entire body to the dirt. He could barely grip his hilt. This was it, the true, terrifying power of a master's spirit force in action. Was every elite knight capable of this? It felt like his very body was being bound by sheer, overwhelming presence. But no, he realized if this were common, these warriors would have conquered the continent solo. It had to be a specific technique. Leo thought fast. This wasn't just presence, it was a calculated move, and he was going to find a way through. He ignited his core. A brilliant light erupted from him, catching even the legendary 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 completely off guard. Senses sharpened. He analyzed the force. Every time he tried to shift, 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒅's energy disrupted his motion at the source. He didn't fully grasp how he knew the answer, but he felt it. There was a way to counter this pressure. The solution: speed. He had to move a single millisecond faster than the time it took for the force to hit. Flash, with a precise strike, Leo slashed through the pressure. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒅 watched, impressed. The boy really does have talent. Sweating from the effort, Leo wiped his brow. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒅 drove his blade into the earth. Now, pay close attention to this. Suddenly, crimson energy swirled at the tip of the blade. The invisible force binding Leo started converging at that single point. Is that an aura blade? Leo wondered. But then he saw the scale of it. No, this was something much more massive. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒅 charged, eyes locking onto him. Withstand this if you can. All Leo could do was stare at the oncoming storm. Then it hit him. This was the legendary Titan's weight, the gravity sword technique, and it was coming right for him. The attack moved slowly, yet Leo couldn't budge. An invisible force had him locked down tight as the strike approached. His senses screamed as the red blade's momentum surged. It was penetrating his very spirit. What could he possibly do? He understood the principle now. His own spirit force was naturally trying to neutralize 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒅's insane momentum. There was no dodging. The hit was inevitable. So Leo did the only thing he could. He pushed his aura to the limit. The world around them glowed. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒅 realized the kid was actually using his own energy to counter the gravity sword. The master advanced mercilessly, unleashing the full strike. Leo braced, spinning his aura into a desperate protective shield. Boom! The kingdom's greatest knight executed his attack. The impact was violent, launching Leo clear across the training room. He crashed hard into the stone wall, body reeling. 𝑩𝒂𝒍𝒅 stood there, watching the dust settle with an intense gaze. Trembling and nearly blacking out, Leo struggled to find his feet. His mind was already racing, deconstructing the gravity technique. Gareth didn't hesitate. He unleashed his full power, charging at Alaric with speed that felt absolutely and utterly merciless. With lightning-fast footwork, Alaric scrambled to defend himself, manifesting an invisible barrier of aura to shield his body. But Gareth is the kingdom's greatest blade for a reason. He struck, launching Alaric clean across the training hall. The impact was brutal. Alaric's back slammed into the stone wall as Gareth watched him from a distance, waiting. Gasping for air, Alaric struggled to stand, his whole body trembling from the shock of that monstrously powerful strike. On the verge of blacking out, Alaric began to reflect. The sheer weight of that gravity, it was truly terrifying. Logan watched the blade carefully, finally starting to crack the secret of that insane sword technique. But Duke Alaric just scoffed, telling him to stay in his lane. You can't just copy a master's move like that, the Duke warned, but Logan wasn't backing down. He'd seen it up close, he knew he could replicate it. 1 second he was standing, the next. Boom. Logan was face down in the dirt. Sir Cedric rushed over, looking completely mortified. My bad, Cedric muttered, admitting he'd accidentally used way too much force in that strike. Still, he was impressed. Logan actually survived the hit. As they looked at the unconscious boy, Duke Alaric let out a small hum. This kid's progress. It was definitely going to be interesting to watch. A while later, Logan was heading for the exit when the head butler caught up to him. Leaving so soon, young master. The old man explained that Sir Cedric wanted him to stay and rest until he was actually, fully functional again. Logan just shook his head. Between his own grit and that high-grade potion from the Duke, he felt fine enough to move. The butler understood and walked him to the main gates, wishing him luck on the road. Logan gave a quick nod and vanished. Once he was out of sight, the tough guy act crumbled. Logan started sprinting, but man, the pain was absolutely white-hot. He groaned to himself, refusing to waste that insanely expensive Duke-tier potion on minor, internal injuries. He had to be smart about this. Thanks to his evolving aura, he could stitch himself back together a bit, though a direct sword wound is always a nightmare to heal. Still, that potion he'd snagged was pure liquid gold. As he checked the vial, he noticed a small note tucked into the side. It was a direct line, coordinates for the Duke's personal communication officer. Basically an emergency, call me card. Logan flashed a devious grin. He hadn't expected Duke Alaric to be this generous. It felt like he was being treated as a real disciple. That kind of connection, it was worth more than a mountain of gold for the future. Suddenly, a voice nearly made him jump out of his skin. It was Philip. The guy was practically vibrating with anxiety, waiting for Logan to finally emerge from the mansion. "Master, did you offend him? Are we in trouble?" Philip blurted out, terrified that Logan had picked a fight with a master swordsman. Logan just laughed it off. "Relax, everything went perfectly. I even picked up some new moves from the Duke himself." But right in the middle of his bragging, Logan coughed up a bit of blood. Okay, a lot of blood. Philip started hyperventilating. After the drama died down, Logan finally laid out everything that had happened behind those closed mansion doors. 1 week later, a massive sign hit the front of Logan's shop. Sold out. Every single sovereign elixir for the day was gone. Inside, the numbers were staggering. Total revenue, 4,100,000 gold coins, just like that. Philip was glowing. "At this rate, Master, we're looking at over 4.5 million a month easy. We're rich." They both shared that classic look, the ruthless businessman's smirk, ready to squeeze every single coin out of their wealthy customers. A massive cheer erupted from the shop, echoing through the capital streets. Logan teased Philip, asking if he was still happy even without a bonus. Philip literally dropped to his knees. "Please, Master, don't ruin the fantasy. Just let me imagine the money." Swapping back to business, Philip confirmed the monster meat shipments from Oakhaven were all organized and running smoothly. Then he made a suggestion. "Master, we should probably just buy a mansion here. These hotel bills are getting ridiculous." Logan shut that down instantly. "We're staying 18 months, max. Focus on the sales, Philip. We'll be moving again after that." Philip sighed, asking if Logan was actually resting, since every time he visited, Logan was buried under a mountain of paperwork. Honestly, Logan liked that Philip wasn't too nosy. The guy complained, sure, but he always respected the boss's privacy. Finally, Philip asked the big question. "Are we heading back to the estate?" Logan nodded. It was time to go home. But then he dropped a bombshell. "Send 1 million gold coins worth of food to the castles in Valoria and Blackwood. Now." Philip was baffled. 1 million? Are you trying to feed the entire province by yourself, Master? Logan didn't explain. He just told him to find a supplier. Philip thought his master was becoming a saint, but Logan knew better. It wasn't about kindness. It was pure necessity. The food shortages in the Blackwood territory were reaching a breaking point. If his people were too hungry to work, his entire plan would crumble. He couldn't let his territory starve before the real war started. Even with the ancient records he'd found, the scarcity was a nightmare. To keep the gears turning, everyone needed a full stomach. Before hitting the road, Logan had one last stop to make in a corner of the city where the sun rarely reached. It was a place of pure suffering, the slums. People were dying in the streets, ravaged by fever and hollowed out by hunger. Inside a cramped room, Logan handed a list of names to a shady contact. The man looked at the paper, then back at Logan. "You really want me to track these specific people down?" he asked, confused why a noble would care about a bunch of starving nobodies. Logan didn't blink. He knew exactly what these people were worth to his future. He just needed to get to them first. The man took the gold and nodded. In this part of the city, money talked, and Logan was screaming. Tracking them down was going to be a nightmare. Logan had only given a couple of vague descriptions and their current location. Absolutely zero clues. A man started complaining about the impossible task, but Logan shut him down instantly. "Can you do it or not?" Then he dropped the hook. Money was no object. The man's hesitation vanished the second he realized he'd be paid a fortune. With no other choice and a heavy purse in sight, he took the deal. As Logan moved through the dark hallways of the hideout, he knew the truth. Finding these people would be brutal, most probably used fake aliases anyway. But he had to do it. He needed to recruit the legendary warriors known as the superhumans, and there was no backup plan. In his past life, these guys were absolute wild cards who didn't serve any king or noble house. They were exactly the kind of muscle he needed. If he wanted to survive the upcoming war against the Empire, these fighters were non-negotiable, especially the mercenary who usually worked for the enemy. Suddenly, Logan stopped in his tracks. Why was he rushing so much? He looked up at the sky and took a long, steady breath. "Slow down," he muttered to himself. "You still have time." Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was absolutely losing their mind. Boom, a hand slammed onto a table. A bearded lord screamed at a messenger that they were out of time and out of patience. They'd already sent their best disciples, and now the request for more men was just insulting. The messenger was literally shaking. He tried to calm his master down, explaining he was just the delivery boy, but the Lord wasn't having it. "Why summon my disciple now?" The mission was a 6-month stint in the remote interior, the McLean territory, the very heart of nowhere. Every word made the bearded man's blood boil even hotter. He wasn't just angry, he was ready for a fight. He gripped the messenger's shoulder, his eyes dark with rage. "This ends now," he growled, vowing to handle this personally. Something about this whole situation was eating at him. He was deeply disturbed by what was happening behind the scenes. Cut to another part of the kingdom. A massive, glowing magic tower loomed over the city of Grand. Logan finally arrived. Inside, the receptionist was literally drooling, fast asleep at his desk. Logan gave him a wake-up call, and the kid nearly jumped out of his skin. He scrambled to his feet, giving the formal greeting for the Earth Tower of Grand. But his eyes were already judging Logan. He saw Logan's cheap, travel-worn clothes and figured he was some low-tier noble with a tiny budget. Logan kept it simple. He wanted to buy some magic scrolls. The attendant suppressed a smirk, assuming he meant the bargain bin stuff. Oh, how wrong he was. Logan looked him dead in the eye and told him he wanted 50. Yes, 50. Collapse magic scrolls. The receptionist froze. 50? That's insane. But then Logan reached into his coat and pulled out a single document. He slapped it onto the desk. It was an account verification from the Cooper Bank, the gold standard of the kingdom. The kid started counting the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 7 million gold coins. His attitude flipped instantly. "Right this way, my lord." Now, here's the thing about collapse magic. It's a 4th circle earth spell that can literally bring down a hill if the mage is strong enough. But there's a catch. It's terrible for actual war. It takes forever to activate, it's loud, and everyone can see it coming from a mile away. It only affects soil and mud, too. Most people use it for building roads or clearing mines, not fighting knights on a battlefield. Some crazy commanders used it in the past, but it was mostly for speeding up mining projects or clearing rubble. Just then an old man appeared. 50 scrolls. Are you truly serious about this, young man? Logan didn't blink. He confirmed it. The old man, Tower Master Radios, looked like he'd just won the lottery. He hadn't seen a customer this rich in years. Logan realized this was the big boss himself. He hadn't expected the Tower Master to personally roll out the red carpet. He introduced himself as being from a minor noble house, making it sound like they were just a small-time operation. Radios immediately started apologizing for his apprentice's mistake, promising to give the boy a serious reprimand later. The apprentice stood there sweating buckets, convinced his career was over right then and there. But Radios didn't care about the kid. He was just terrified of losing a whale like Logan due to a stupid mistake. See, earth magic is for farmers and construction crews these days. High-ranking nobles rarely spent real money on these scrolls. What Logan didn't know was that the tower was actually broke. Radios had overspent the budget, and they were in total decline. He saw Logan as his personal ATM, his ticket out of debt. He just had to play his cards right and extract every gold coin. Radios put on his best, serious face. "We might have a slight problem, though," he said, testing the waters. Logan caught the vibe immediately. He looked confused. A problem like what? The old man claimed making fourth circle scrolls required expert supervision, and they were short-handed on high-level mages at the moment. Logan's face went cold as ice. He wasn't in the mood for games. And what exactly does that have to do with me? Radios flinched. He didn't expect Logan to be this sharp. He started a long-winded speech about the astronomical costs of production. Logan didn't even let him finish. He stood up, ready to walk. "If that's how it is, there's no point in wasting my time." Logan turns to leave, dropping a bombshell. He planned on buying 150 spell scrolls every single month, but if they're this incompetent, he'll just take his gold to the royal spire instead. Panicked, Master Raymond practically dives to the floor, begging Logan to wait. He asks if the young lord is actually serious about that massive monthly order, and Logan doesn't blink, confirming he needs 900 scrolls total over the next 6 months. The old man is practically seeing gold coins dancing in his eyes, but his joy is cut short when Logan points out the obvious. If they can't even handle 150 scrolls now, it'll be impossible to produce 600. Logan keeps walking toward the exit, but the old master literally grabs his leg, desperate, swearing they'll find a way to deliver every single scroll. Logan plays it cool, asking if that's even possible, and the old man promises on his life they'll make it happen. See, Raymond is doing the math. Fourth-tier scrolls go for 10,000 gold sovereigns each. 150 scrolls a month means 1.5 million gold, and over 6 months, that's 9 million sovereigns. Overwhelmed by the sheer amount of cash, the old master is now on his hands and knees, literally polishing Logan's boots to seal the deal. Then, he suggests something crazy. Why not hire a wizard directly? Now, Logan knows how proud these magic users are. They'd usually rather die than do dirty work. But the old man is actually pushing for this. This is highly suspicious. Logan knows a fourth-tier wizard could pump out the equivalent of 300 scrolls a month, so he asks if a wizard of that caliber is actually for hire. Raymond backtracks immediately. Turns out he can't just ship off a fourth-tier wizard that easily. Instead, he offers a special team, 9 wizards of the second tier and one of the third tier, all construction specialists who have worked together for years. The old master adds that if Logan reduces the scroll count a bit, the deal becomes even more feasible for everyone. Logan finds the idea promising. Wizards are definitely better for long-term infrastructure projects. But it's just weird how fast these so-called specialists are being pawned off. The group of wizards appears, led by a third tier named Cedric. Logan is confused by the sudden arrival, but introduces himself anyway. Raymond snaps at the wizards to get lost, and they scramble away like they're being hunted. Logan mentions they look, well, extremely weak, but the old man insists they're his most experienced young prodigies. In his head, Logan admits they look capable, but the fact that Raymond is sending them to some far-off province is just strange. Still, it's a win for him. He tells the old man that cutting the fourth-tier scroll order in exchange for just a few second-tier wizards isn't a fair trade. With a smirk, Logan decides to play hardball. He proposes taking 120 scrolls and the 10 wizards for 1.5 million sovereigns a month. Raymond is visibly annoyed, but get this, he actually agrees. Logan is stunned. For those kinds of skills, the price is practically robbery. Normally, you'd never get talent like this for such a pittance. But the old master accepts instantly, demanding they sign the contract right then and there. The boy can't believe how fast this is moving. A contract ready that quickly. It reeks of a setup. But then, a bearded man bursts in, shouting that he's heard everything and needs to speak to the spire master. Disciples try to block his path, but the man just marches forward in a straight line, unstoppable. Logan realizes this guy is a 5th-tier wizard, a real heavy hitter. It's Elder 𝒂𝒅, and he's got questions for the master. Raymond tries to play it off as, for the good of the spire, claiming no one works as hard as 𝒂𝒅's students. But 𝒂𝒅 isn't buying it. His team just got back from a grueling job, and Raymond is already trying to ship them out again. It's clear the master has already decided to dump these boys on the first person who walked in. 𝒂𝒅 points out that ever since he reached the 5th tier last year and became an elder, the old man hasn't stopped the harassment. Logan watches the drama unfold and finally pieces together exactly what's happening. 𝒂𝒅 is a young prodigy, a rising star who became an elder way too fast for the master's liking. Raymond feels threatened by him, but since he can't replace an elder, he's taking it out on the disciples instead. Logan realizes this internal civil war is his golden ticket. He's about to walk away with a perfect contract. Raymond finally snaps, telling 𝒂𝒅 that if he doesn't like the orders, he and his students are free to leave the spire for good. That did it. 𝒂𝒅 is furious, magic starting to crackle and swirl around his arms. The old man challenges him, asking if he's really trying to strike his master, and summons his own power. The sheer pressure is enough to make the entire room shake, leaving everyone frozen in absolute terror. 𝒂𝒅's students can't believe the escalation and try to stop him, but the bearded man just tells the master to get ready for what's coming. Alaric had seen enough. Just as the old wizard began channeling his mana for a fight, Alaric slammed his fist down with bone-shattering force. The wood cracked under the impact. Both of them froze, their eyes snapping toward the young lord of House Sterling in total confusion. With a sharp, almost wicked grin, Alaric signed the parchment. It was done. The pact was sealed in ink and blood, and there was no turning back now. "The deal is struck," he stated coldly. Alaric signaled the 2nd-tier mages to follow him before turning his gaze back to the high-ranking masters. He looked 𝒂𝒅 and Julian dead in the eye. Even if the Citadel master changed his mind tomorrow, this contract was ironclad and legally binding. Julian sighed, offering a stiff apology for the outburst in front of a client. He promised the magic scrolls would be dispatched the moment they were ready. But 𝒂𝒅, he was fuming. The Archmage knew exactly what the old man was pulling, trying to sneak his own conditions into a formal agreement. They argued right then and there. A contract officially recognized by the Citadel of Terra wasn't something you could just mess with on a whim. Realizing he'd lost this round, 𝒂𝒅 dropped a bombshell. Fine, he said. He would be joining his disciples on the journey to the Sterling estate. Julian was livid. Was a legendary elder really going to follow his students like some common foreman? Alaric panicked too. He couldn't afford a master of that rank. But 𝒂𝒅 just waved him off. He didn't want a single coin in payment. He simply wanted to ensure his students finished the job properly. Alaric didn't hesitate. He bowed low in pure respect. Then, the elder asked for a single day to prepare their gear before they departed. Alaric agreed instantly. What was one day when you've just landed a 5th-tier wizard for free? It was an absolute win for House Sterling. The next morning, a carriage rolled through the capital's streets. Alaric stood by the outer gate, waiting for his new subordinates to arrive. He couldn't stop smiling. Securing a 5th-tier wizard was a massive stroke of luck he hadn't even dared to hope for. He was itching to get back to his lands. First order of business, getting those Stormbolt crossbows into mass production immediately. Then he heard it, a voice that made his skin crawl. "Lord Alaric!" He turned around to find Lady Beatrice staring him down from her carriage. She leaned out, looking down her nose at him with that classic noble arrogance. She claimed it had been far too long since their last meeting. "Don't use my first name," she snapped. "Fine. Lady Fenris," Alaric corrected, watching her mock him with a cold, haughty stare. She started digging immediately, mentioning rumors of his shady deals in the city. Was he not ashamed to be acting so desperate? Alaric just flashed a grin. "You know me, Beatrice. A bit greedy, sure, but my business is none of yours, is it?" She scoffed, acting like a spoiled brat. She reminded him how much she'd paid him before, claiming he must be truly broke to be humiliating himself like this. "Guilty as charged," Alaric replied smoothly. He didn't have time for her games. He gave a quick nod and prepared to leave. But then she dropped the act. She'd heard a rumor about a certain battle at the border, and a very unique weapon he'd used. She leaned in, her eyes narrowing with a seductive, dangerous edge. "Care to sell us a few?" she asked. The vultures were finally circling. Alaric played it cool. Just a common toy, really, not worth the embarrassment of a formal sale. He wasn't giving her a thing. He bolted before she could push further, leaving the lady of House Fenris fuming in the dust. He needed to get far away from her. Alaric knew the capital was buzzing about his new gear, but surprisingly, the other noble houses hadn't shown much interest in the border skirmishes yet. House Fenris was the first to show their hand. They were smart, he'd give them that, but they were also the most dangerous players on the board. The Stormbolt design was simple, too simple. It wouldn't be long before everyone was copying it. He had to make his move now. Suddenly, 𝒂𝒅 arrived, calling out his name. The old wizard was confused. They were supposed to meet at the western gate, not here. "Just ran into someone annoying," Alaric muttered, avoiding the subject of Beatrice. "Let's just get out of here, without delay." The convoy lurched forward, heading straight for the Sterling territory. Inside the carriage, a heavy, awkward silence settled between the two men. 𝒂𝒅 sat there, judging everything. 3 massive, luxury carriages for just a handful of people. The kid was bleeding gold for no reason. Each one could fit 6 people comfortably. 𝒂𝒅 couldn't stay quiet. He told Alaric that he shouldn't have wasted so much money on them. "You didn't need to go this far," the wizard grumbled. Alaric just suppressed a sigh. Honestly, mages and their pride, it was always the same. He kept his voice steady. "For guests of your stature, Master 𝒂𝒅, this is the bare minimum." He had to keep the peace. He wanted to avoid any friction with the old man, but even after the compliment, the wizard just stayed silent, staring out at the road. By nightfall, they decided to pull over. It was late, and the horses needed rest, so they set up camp right there in the wilderness. Alaric sat by his own fire, away from the others. He closed his eyes, focusing on his meditation to sharpen his internal power. Then zing, a blade cut through the air. Alaric didn't even flinch, he just tilted his head, letting the knife whistle harmlessly past. "Who's there?" he demanded. 2 shadows emerged from the darkness, professional assassins. You could tell by the way they moved. "Not bad for a pampered lordling," one of them rasped. A bald, scarred man stepped into the light, looking like he'd crawled out of a dungeon. He'd heard all about Alaric's little shopping spree in the capital. He knew exactly how much gold the boy had made from his recent sales. "Just common thieves, or something more." Alaric stood up slowly, a cold light in his eyes. "And here I was just trying to relax." 𝒂𝒅 was mentally replaying his last lesson. He'd been interrupted, sure, but no matter. It was time to get to work. Drawing his blade in one smooth motion, he smirked. Finally, some live targets to practice on. One bandit opened his mouth to bark a threat, but the sound died in his throat. Literally. He was down before he could blink. The others froze. How did this kid move so fast? One hooded thug lost his nerve and lunged at 𝒂𝒅, blade first. 𝒂𝒅 didn't flinch. He stepped into the counter. The bandit aimed for the gut, but he was swinging at thin air. A flash of steel later, and the hooded man was clutching his shredded midsection. The sheer force of the impact was unreal. He was sent flying into the shadows, out of the fight instantly. The 3 remaining bandits just stood there, staring at their fallen comrade. Total silence. You could practically smell the fear rolling off them as they realized they were way out of their league. A brown-haired crook stammered that this was suicide and they needed to run, but he was already too late. He tried to bolt, but his legs wouldn't obey. Total paralysis. 𝒂𝒅 was perfectly mimicking the heavy pressure Sir Cedric once used on him. Our boy took the stance, focusing his essence into the steel. Suddenly, the entire blade erupted in a blinding, ethereal glow. This was it, the crushing weight of the 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 gravity strike. He unleashed the exact same lethal rhythm on the trapped bandits. No escape. The shockwave tore through them, leaving only one survivor wailing in the dirt. 𝒂𝒅 breathed hard. He couldn't hold that form for long, but the rush was incredible. He'd actually done it. He'd copied the technique. He looked at his humming sword. This concentrated, compressed power was the legendary aura. He'd just pulled off the aura blade, a feat usually reserved for master knights. He never thought he'd reach this level so soon. Even if it was just for a few seconds, wielding a force blade was an absolute game changer. He glanced over and realized there was still one survivor from the enemy group. Using the sword's momentum, 𝒂𝒅 neutralized the man's remaining energy with one oppressive, heavy swing. The bandit hit the floor hard. As 𝒂𝒅 prepared for the finish, he realized just how terrifyingly effective this was in a real fight. The man screamed, seeing his end reflected in the cold steel. A total massacre, and it was over in seconds. Standing at the edge of the woods, 𝒂𝒅 wondered if he'd gone a bit too far. Then, a voice came from the shadows. It was Master Thorn. He'd been watching the whole thing from a distance, and he looked incredibly intense. 𝒂𝒅 jumped. Finding a fifth-tier mage lurking behind you is not great for the heart rate. He looked at Thorn's scowl and worried the man was disgusted by the violence, even if it was just bandits. If Thorn walked out now, 𝒂𝒅's plans were ruined. But then the mage spoke, and it wasn't what 𝒂𝒅 expected. The boy was braced for a lecture, but Thorn admitted he'd never seen anything like those skills before. Pure talent. Thorn realized the kid was a true prodigy. Relief washed over 𝒂𝒅 as he realized the mage was actually impressed. 𝒂𝒅 played it cool, telling him not to lay it on too thick. Deep down, he realized Thorn's angry face was just his way of expressing himself. They walked back toward the carriage in silence, but one thing was bugging 𝒂𝒅. He picked this spot specifically because it was isolated. Why did Thorn follow him all the way out here? Finally, the bearded mage spoke up. He started talking about his disciples, how they were struggling without a proper teacher. He wanted to give them something more. 𝒂𝒅 pointed out that the man was already doing a solid job as a mentor. So why bring this up now? 𝒂𝒅 questioned the sudden heart-to-heart. Thorn explained that once they started the real work, he wanted scheduled breaks to focus purely on teaching his students. He promised to work twice as hard himself to make up the time. He just needed 𝒂𝒅 to be understanding about it. 𝒂𝒅 agreed immediately, but then he noticed something strange. Mana was shimmering in the air. A steady stream of energy was flowing directly from Thorn toward the tents where the other mages were sleeping. 𝒂𝒅 was floored. The man was literally giving his own life force to help his disciples recover while they rested. "You really care about them, don't you?" 𝒂𝒅 remarked, watching the glow. Thorn just shrugged it off, saying it was the bare minimum a teacher should do for his apprentices. 𝒂𝒅 remembered hearing Thorn once fought a tower master for his students, though the man tried to deny it. Finally, the long trek ended. They reached the Sterling estate, and 𝒂𝒅 headed straight inside the mansion. His father, Lord Patrick, was waiting. He looked the boy over, asking if the capital had actually taught him anything useful. 𝒂𝒅 nodded. The trip had been a massive success. Patrick smiled, asking if there was anything else his son needed. Julian decided it was time to be upfront, telling Lord 𝒂𝒅 that his new business in the capital was actually thriving. Profits were right around the corner, but 𝒂𝒅 was just confused. He had no idea what his son was actually doing. The boy dropped the bombshell. He'd started a massive business, selling the exact same vitality medicine he'd given his father. The patriarch's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Was Julian really saying he'd gone to the capital to hawk adult tonics? Disappointed, 𝒂𝒅 reminded him that while he promised not to interfere, he still expected his son to act like a noble. He told Julian to at least consider the dignity of House Thorn next time, and Julian simply nodded, relieved his father wasn't angrier. Then he mentioned meeting the legendary sword saint, Sir Cedric, and forming a massive connection with the man. 𝒂𝒅 froze. "Wait, are you talking about the Grand Duke?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly with pure shock. The lord of the estate asked if Julian had actually sold those tonics to a man of that stature, and the boy confirmed it. 𝒂𝒅 was about to blow a fuse, but Julian quickly explained he'd received a secret intermediate sword technique in exchange. 𝒂𝒅 looked at the manual and was stunned. Julian swore it was a high-level skill personally guaranteed by the sword saint. But here's the kicker: Julian was totally lying. In his head, he revealed he'd written the book himself during his stay. In his past life, a merchant found the crimson steel style while raiding ruins, and it was a top-tier sword technique. Back then, the merchant kept it secret for a while before copies started circulating, and eventually spread across the entire empire. But that wasn't supposed to happen for another 10 years, so Julian knew having his knights learn it now was a massive advantage. If they mastered this together with the family's secret arts, his father and their best knights would have an unstoppable trump card. There was just one problem. This technique pushed physical force to the absolute limit, which could cause serious internal damage during training. He knew 𝒂𝒅 would never allow it normally, which is exactly why he used the sword saint's name to make it look official. As 𝒂𝒅 read the manual, he realized this was on a completely different level compared to House Thorne's old records. It was far superior, and the reality was that most nobles struggled for decades to find an intermediate technique this good. He'd been stuck at the same level for 10 years, and now, here was the key to finally breaking past his limits. 𝒂𝒅 told his son that if they trained the men properly, the overall strength of their knight order would jump by 30%. Julian was thrilled, but before he could make his next proposal, his father cut him off, obsessed with the manual. "I need to master this immediately to honor the Duke's gift," 𝒂𝒅 shouted, ignoring everything else Julian tried to say. He was in such a rush to train that he told Julian he was leaving him in charge of the estate for a while. He handed the boy a heavy stamp, and Julian realized it was the official seal of House Thorne, total authority. As 𝒂𝒅 hurried away, he told his son to handle the daily matters with Barnaby until his training was complete. Julian tried to stop him, but the man disappeared so fast he couldn't even get another word out. Staring at the seal, he realized this was perfect. He didn't need permission for anything now and could get everything ready. Just then, Barnaby burst into the room, having heard rumors about the young master's massive success in the capital. The manager looked desperate, begging the boy to help the family with some of the gold he'd supposedly earned. Julian asked if they hadn't received the war funds yet, but Barnaby explained the situation was much worse than it looked. The money wasn't enough to maintain both fortresses, especially since they'd lost so many men and Valoria had cut all aid. Barnaby kept pleading, knowing Julian had made a literal fortune, but Julian just gave a sheepish smile and apologized. "It's already gone," he said calmly. Barnaby looked like his soul was leaving his body, millions of gold pieces just gone. He demanded to know how anyone could spend that much money so quickly, but Julian just stayed silent for a second. Barnaby realized he wasn't joking. "You're serious, aren't you?" he asked, and Julian confirmed it with a simple nod. The poor manager nearly fainted, asking where on earth the money went, so Julian finally started listing his investments. He'd spent it on magical scrolls, rare construction materials, and a massive amount of food for the common people. Barnaby tried to argue that buying a bit of bread wouldn't change anything, but Julian stopped him right there. "I'm spending 1,000,000 gold coins," Julian stated firmly. He wasn't just buying snacks, he was funding a massive project. He repeated that he would distribute 1,000,000's worth of food every single month for a year to the entire population. Barnaby absolutely lost it, asking if the boy had lost his mind or eaten something rotten while he was away. But Julian just watched him, knowing this was exactly the reaction he'd get, and honestly, it was all going according to plan. Total panic. They're frantically screaming, asking if the boy had eaten something spoiled, but 𝒂𝒅, He just watched the chaos unfold, thinking to himself that he'd seen this coming from a mile away. Our red-headed lead, Arthur, laughed it off and insisted he was in perfect health, more than enough to take care of the people and Barnaby. Barnaby nodded, but he was still suspicious. What was with all the building materials? Was the boy really planning to start a massive construction project? Arthur dropped the bombshell. They were building a dam. 2 weeks later, official posters were plastered all over the village walls. The word was out. Lord Arthur was calling every soul from the Eastmark and Blackcliff territories for mandatory labor. Over at the Eastmark fortress, the people were absolutely livid. They were tired of the noble houses bleeding them dry. Forced labor right in the middle of the harvest. That's a death sentence. One man groaned that they'd all be starving by winter. The Lord wants us to just shrivel up and die, another shouted. To the peasants, the nobility just wanted them gone in the end. That was the final straw. The civilians began to swarm, grabbing their pitchforks and scythes as they prepared for a riot. A massive mob gathered right in front of the Ashford estate, ready to tear the whole place down. A young man looked at an elder, trembling. "Are we actually doing this?" The old man didn't blink. He was done with the mistreatment. The old man spat on the ground. "With this many people, it's finally worth picking a fight with those high-born bastards." The hesitant youth swallowed hard and gripped his tool. The old man was right. This was their best shot at freedom. "Let's do it," he growled. "We're going to drag every single one of those nobles down to the dirt." Suddenly, the heavy castle doors groaned open. The peasants braced for a slaughter as a full army of knights marched out. But then, a surprise. A knight barked an order to prepare for distribution, and heavy carriages began rolling toward the mob. The furious peasants froze. They were completely blindsided. What kind of trick was this? The old man wasn't buying it. "Don't fall for it," he screamed. "Those vultures are just trying to manipulate us again." Right then, a knight stepped forward and dropped a heavy sack right at the old man's feet. He announced that, by order of Lord Arthur, anyone who joined the labor force would get a full month's worth of grain for their family. The knight didn't care about their anger. He just told them to form an orderly line and start taking the food. The rage evaporated instantly. People started cheering and crying, realizing they wouldn't have to watch their children go hungry. The old man, who'd been ready to kill just moments ago, was now hit with a wave of pure, bitter regret. He broke down in tears, shouting blessings for Lord Arthur at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking with emotion. The entire crowd began chanting Arthur's name, and Barnaby watched the whole scene from the battlements, stunned. The short man turned to his lord. Was it really necessary to force them here with a labor order? Arthur just leaned back. "If I'd asked nicely, not even a quarter would have shown up. They don't trust nobles, Barnaby." Arthur knew the game. Most nobles see their subjects as nothing but property, just tools to be used. But Arthur had lived as a commoner and a mercenary in his past life. He knew how the world actually worked. To a peasant, the only difference between a good and bad noble is how much they decide to steal from you. Even his own father, Duke Roland, cared more about his knights than the people, believing only steel made a nation strong. That's why Roland kept 50 expensive knights on the payroll, while the treasury was literally empty. Arthur had to force this gathering. He wanted them to see the food and believe in him with their own eyes. Arthur noticed Barnaby staring at him with wide eyes. "What? Is there something on my face?" Barnaby just sighed, impressed. Arthur smiled. Now that he had the people's trust, the real construction could finally begin. But when he thought about the dam, Barnaby turned pale again. He begged the boy to reconsider the costs. 2 million gold on a single project. It sounded like insanity. Arthur just smirked. Barnaby was repeating the experts. He remembered the look on Archmage Sterling and Iron Fist the dwarf's faces when he first pitched the idea. They thought he was crazy for wanting to dig a massive hole straight through a mountain to redirect the river. Arthur just sat there eating, cool as a cucumber. "Trust me," he told them, "it is entirely possible." The Ashford lands were trapped between jagged mountains and dead, barren soil, a total wasteland. But those northern peaks, they were the only thing blocking the great Silver Flow River from heading south to their fields. The plan was legendary. Blast a massive hole through those wild northern mountains and bring the water home. Iron Fist joked that it'd be easier to just level the whole mountain, but Arthur wasn't laughing. "Just listen," Arthur told the dwarf, his eyes blazing with ambition. This wasn't a dream, it was a plan. They were going to carve a tunnel 30 meters wide, connecting their lands directly to the heart of the Great Silver Flow. This mental block would act like a dam in his mind, a flow control technique that wouldn't even be common in the kingdom for another 20 years. Our young Lord Alaric didn't actually know the first thing about engineering, but he knew he had the right experts on his side. With a legendary master smith and a fifth-rank wizard working together, they could turn the barren Westmark wastes into lush, green farmland. Master Alistair looked ready to protest the workload, but the dwarf, Bram, cut him off. They had to find the perfect spot first. It wasn't just digging. The soil condition was vital, and they had to plan the channels perfectly to avoid a complete catastrophe. They needed to account for every drop of water and every tunnel support. Otherwise, the whole mountain would just cave in. Alistair leaned in, whispering to the dwarf if this was even possible, but the little guy just gave him a look so terrifying it could stop a heart. Our boy Alaric stepped in then, asking point-blank with a look that meant business if they could actually pull this off. Bram started complaining about his schedule, claiming he was way too busy with other projects to take this on right now. But Alaric was one step ahead. He'd already prepared a stack of expensive magic scrolls just for this very purpose. He dumped the job of scouting the Great Peaks onto the dwarf, who, predictably, looked like he was about to blow a fuse. Meanwhile, our wizard just watched the whole exchange, probably wondering if he'd signed up to work for a madman. Back in the present, near the base of a massive peak, Alistair is finally letting his full power loose for everyone to see. The spectators are losing their minds. They've never seen magic this raw or this impressive before, and honestly, can you blame them? Bram gives the signal, telling the mage it's time to start, and Alistair just nods, hand raised toward the mountain. Boom, he touches the rock and the whole structure just explodes. Boulders are flying everywhere like deadly hailstones. The workers, absolutely terrified. They're running for their lives as massive rocks rain down from the sky in a chaotic mess. Alaric doesn't move an inch, just watches the chaos while the dwarf literally hides behind his legs for cover. Once the dust settles, Bram starts yelling at the wizard for being way too reckless with that blast. Safety first, right. Watching them, Alaric realizes that mana is the ultimate equalizer, and unlike his first life, he can actually see it now. He can see the earth energy swirling from Alistair's heart, weaving these incredibly complex, glowing patterns in the air. Our young lord was grinning like a madman. His new force core had basically given him god-tier senses. Alistair warned him to keep his distance, insisting that the performance was far from over as he began another spell. He made a sharp motion with his hand, and Alaric immediately felt the air hum with a new, intense magical pressure. He clenched his fist, and all that fallen debris. It started moving, merging together into something massive and strange. Alaric watched, mesmerized, as the rubble began to take a very specific, very familiar shape right before him. Then he saw it, an enormous stone guardian, a golem, rising right there in front of his very eyes. He couldn't believe his luck. The wizard had summoned a titan like that without using a single tool. If they could make a few more of these, construction would be a breeze, but more importantly, they'd be unstoppable in war. The thought made him gulp as his mind raced. He suddenly grabbed Alistair's hand, catching the man completely off guard. Alaric's face went dark with greed. He demanded to know how many more of these monsters the man could build. He even asked if Alistair's students could do the same, and the wizard confirmed they were all trained in the Earth Tower. Alaric was ecstatic, but Alistair immediately threw cold water on his excitement, warning him there was a major catch. To make these things work, the students would need a constant supply of mana stones to power the cores. Now, mana stones are legendary, as rare as mithril or orichalcum, and incredibly expensive since you can't just make them. They are pure, crystallized energy found in nature, making them the most valuable resource for any high-level enchanter. Since they can't be made by hand, they're mostly saved for powerful artifacts, which makes them cost a fortune. Alaric realized it wasn't perfect for war yet, but it was still vital, so he asked if these stones made golems stronger. 𝒂𝒅 nodded. With the right stone, a golem gets faster, stronger, and stays active for way longer than usual. But for a master-level spell like his, you'd need top-tier stones, which are nearly impossible to find. Even a basic, low-grade stone would keep a lesser golem running for a full 24 hours. Alaric crunched the numbers, 1 gold coin for a low-grade stone. That's a lot of money for a bit of power. But for a small-scale noble war, that gold coin would be the best investment his house ever made for an advantage. Our hero quietly analyzed the facts, his eyes never leaving 𝒂𝒅 as he planned his next big move. Suddenly, Sir Edmund and the workers scream in terror as they watch the massive stone sentinel begin smashing the mountain. Dwayne's trembling, but 𝒂𝒅 keeps it cool. That golem, not a monster, it's just the world's best digging machine. The official isn't convinced. He snaps, threatening to report every single detail to the Lord of House Blackwood. 𝒂𝒅 just sighs. He orders Barnaby to move the crew to the water channels. No more work at the tunnel today. The dwarf leaves, and 𝒂𝒅 starts counting his chips. 3 massive projects are currently in play. First, the dam tunnel, a total game-changer. Second, the massive aqueduct system designed to hydrate every inch of these dry lands. But the third, the mine, that's the real crown jewel. It's the one project that actually keeps him up at night. He remembers the early scouting reports he got back in Highcrest. He'd sent a skeleton crew there weeks ago. Honestly, since returning from the capital, 𝒂𝒅's been buried in dam paperwork. He hasn't even stepped foot in that mine yet. Cut to the next morning. Workers are bustling in and out of the dark shafts. The operation is finally moving. Barnaby's there, looking miserable. 𝒂𝒅's confused. Wasn't this guy at the dam just yesterday? The dwarf is losing it. He starts shouting, blaming 𝒂𝒅 for his misery. Running between the mines and the channels, it's a literal death march. Barnaby slams his towel down in a fit of rage. He's done. He'd rather just drop dead right here than work another shift. The whining doesn't stop. He needs a vacation, a beer, anything. He's screaming at 𝒂𝒅 about the sheer unfairness of it all. 𝒂𝒅 just smiles, that trust me look. He drops a heavy hand on Barnaby's shoulder and nods slowly. You've done amazing, Barnaby, truly. That's why, starting today, you're officially the sole manager of the entire site. And the kicker, he wants a full progress report on his desk. Barnaby's face goes from red to purple with pure annoyance. The dwarf sees right through him. You're just dumping your chores on me. 𝒂𝒅 doesn't even try to hide his smirk. He holds up a pinky finger, swearing he's serious. Finish this construction, and I'll give you a vacation for the ages. Barnaby's terrified. He backs away, begging 𝒂𝒅 to just stay away from him. He doesn't want another deal. But 𝒂𝒅 is faster. He grabs Barnaby's hand, forcing the pinky promise with raw strength. No escape now, buddy. He walks away with a confident stride. My subordinate is getting a bit too bold, he muses with a grin. He stares at the mine. It's developing way faster than in his previous life. Even with the delays, it's going to work. Later, he meets with Sir Philip. The report is good. The supply lines for construction materials are finally secured. Philip mentions a solid deal with the local lumberjacks. 100,000 gold coins a month for all the timber they need. 𝒂𝒅 nods. Perfect. Every piece of the puzzle is slowly clicking into place for the Blackwood territory. Sir Claude speaks up next. Once the mine is live and the land is cleared, this place will be unrecognizable. He suggests 𝒂𝒅 visit the site soon, but the Lord shakes his head. Next year! Claude is completely floored. Why wait a whole year to see his own success? 𝒂𝒅's expression shifts, going cold and deadly serious in an instant. "There are rumors," he whispers. "The royal family is about to face a storm." Philip's eyes widen, sensing the danger. 𝒂𝒅 explains he heard whispers back at the Duke of 𝑩𝒖𝒍𝒍𝒊𝒆𝒅 estate. He orders them to investigate every single shadow. In his mind, the past comes flooding back. He knows what's coming. He remembers the bloody history clearly. Next winter, the king dies suddenly. And then, total civil war, but his old intel was from a low-tier mercenary. He can't trust the timing perfectly. If the king's death was truly a surprise, the ripples could change everything this time. Just like the smaller border skirmishes, the start of this massive war might shift for reasons he can't even predict yet. But a shift is a good thing. It gives them more time to sharpen their blades and build their walls. In this coming war, the young lord declares, House Blackwood will be the ones turning this entire kingdom upside down. He turns to Philip with a final order. Set aside the emergency funds. Buy every weapon and suit of armor available. I want enough gear for 1,500 men. Claude's jaw hits the floor. But we have less than 100 knights. 𝒂𝒅 just smiles. The gear isn't for the knights, Claude. He's looking at something far bigger than just a few nobles. It's for the foot soldiers. Claude looks at him like he's grown a second head. My lord, have you completely lost it? In this world, no one wastes good steel on commoners. But 𝒂𝒅 knows the truth. He knows what happens to the unprotected. In his past life, his people were slaughtered. The territory's strength was gutted because they weren't ready for the meat grinder. This time, no. He'll minimize the drafting of peasants and turn his regular troops into an ironclad wall of steel. It's a crazy plan, but it's the only way to survive. 𝒂𝒅 turns to his knight, eyes burning with a strange intensity. Tell me, Claude, have I ever steered you wrong before? The knight hesitates, but he knows the answer is no. With a dark smirk, 𝒂𝒅 declares he is finally making his move. Sir Philip nods in agreement. It is time to dig into the truth behind those whispers. 𝒂𝒅's head is in the game. Lock down the gold from the mines, stockpile the rations, and upgrade every knight's blade in the armory. The stage was set. The basic preparations for a massive invasion were moving along much smoother than expected. Next thing you know, our hero is literally drowning in a mountain of parchment. Master Sterling just points at the pile and tells him to start signing. 𝒂𝒅 starts signing everything without even looking, which earns him a massive earful from his grumpy financial manager. Can you believe it has already been a month? Sterling asks if he honestly thought being a lord was some easy, one-day job. Even young Leo chimes in, surprised, saying he never once saw his father working this hard at a desk. Sterling just scoffs. Obviously. That is because Sterling was the one doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes back then. Getting fed up, 𝒂𝒅 snaps, asking why his subordinate is dumping every single little task on his plate. Training, Sterling replies. The heir needs to know his business. 𝒂𝒅 retorts that he is not the successor, but Sterling just gives him a look. Does he really think anyone believes that? Suddenly, Kaelin bursts through the door. It is an emergency. It is bad news, real bad. The mine has completely collapsed and Barnaby is trapped deep underground. And that is where we stop. Make sure to subscribe for the rescue mission, and I will see you in the next one.